so true, because we're always so worried about, like, do I look okay? What am I wearing? You know, like nobody cares about that stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like the best friends are the ones who are honest with you, but also like in a loving way.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Right.
But yeah, that's what I think of when I think of my best friends.
Right.
Yeah. All the good
gentle
stuff.
wisdom.
Yeah.
And thanks to moms too. You guys are great.
Thanks for being with us, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m. for more Good Day Orlando. Oh, the above shot.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a busy day ahead, so I want to let you know some of what you can expect over the next 4.5 hours here on our live stream. We just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis, who held a news conference in Kissimmee. We were live streaming that for you on YouTube if you had the chance to see that. We're going to play for you some of his remarks as he answered a number of questions about the property taxes, talked redistricting ahead of the special session next week, also talked about the budget. We're seeing reporting out of Tallahassee that some of those top line numbers have been agreed to between the House and Senate, and that's a good sign of now being able to work through some of the other things. So there will likely be another special session in just a couple of weeks on the budget as well. So we're going to hear from Governor DeSantis coming up here shortly. We are continuing our look at the NFL draft, counting you down to the first round that begins tonight. And coming up in just a little bit, we're going to check in with our good friend Tim Walters to preview what the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to do. This is a team that had a great year last year, 13-win season for the first time in nearly 3 decades. Made the playoffs, had an early exit from the playoffs, though, and so this team looking to take the next step, and a lot of draft picks to do it with. So we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit. We are keeping an eye on developments with Alligator Alcatraz this week, some new decisions from a federal judge that impact the operations there. So we're going to be talking about that about an hour from now, around noon. Going to be joined by a reporter from the Miami Herald talking with us about that. We're looking into AI regulations today, and discussions of that among some candidates for governor. The First Lady of the United States expected to speak at a luncheon around 12:15 this afternoon as well, and a lot of other things in between there. So we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We also, just into our newsroom just moments ago, got some body camera video that shows the shooting of a Volusia County deputy earlier this year. You may remember the case of Deputy Jose Rivera, who was responding to a call when investigators say he was shot by a man who they were knocked on his front door. He opened the door and opened fire. Luis Diaz Polanco is the suspect in this, and I want to play for you this body camera video. We've seen some of the body camera video from this situation before, but this is actually the angle where that the deputy Rivera was wearing, and you've seen the pictures of that body camera on his chest that deflected a bullet, and they were able to recover some of the video from that. So this is what you're about to see. It's about a 30-second clip, just a short snippet of it. But this is that body camera video showing Deputy Rivera's point of view from his body camera in the moments before he was shot while responding to a call into land. Check it out.
Be careful. Hey, Sheriff's Office, how you doing? Where you going, bud? Yeah, he's already speaking to him. Yep.
So that was that a video, like I said, about 35 seconds, a short snippet there that we just got from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office as the suspect, you can see in the video, opening the door, opening fire. We should give you one update on this case as well. Just last week, a judge ordered a part of the suspect's alleged confession in this case to be sealed as that investigation moves forward. But those sealed statements can still be used at trial. They're just trying to keep it from the public at this point, specific sections of that confession being sealed. Meanwhile, the suspect in this 31-year-old Luis Diaz Polanco is currently being held without bond. Deputy Rivera ended up being shot in the leg, the shoulder as well. They said that the body camera really helped stop a bullet that obviously would have been going straight for his chest otherwise. We covered his homecoming. There was a huge community support and turnout for him. So we're continuing to track that case. But again, that body camera video that we just got, really kind of showing those terrifying moments that just, and you can really just see in that how quickly that happened. They were not, certainly not expecting that for the situation that they were responding to. You can tell just how quickly all of that unfolded. Well, let me give you a live look right now. Downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning, a beautiful view. This is one of those days where it just looks like a postcard out there. Look at all those white clouds that you see in the sky. A good view of Lake Eola and just a beautiful day here in the City Beautiful. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're kind of settling into a warmer and certainly dry period.
We are. In fact, the latest U.S. drought monitor just came out this morning for Florida, and it's not looking great. We've actually seen our conditions, I want to say predictably go down as far as how things have come across. And unfortunately, the drought has gotten worse in a lot of locations. So let's look at the wide view here of Florida. You can see a lot of red, that's extreme drought, and maroon is exceptional drought. That's the worst kind, and that has expanded now even across Georgia. So since last week, the changes, we've seen about 2.5% more exceptional drought, the worst kind, covering the state, which sounds like a small number, but that's pretty significant when you think about just geographic coverage, that over 2% more of the state is covered in exceptional drought, the worst kind, and over 5% is now in extreme drought, 5% more than last week. So there's a lot more red. In other words, the severe drought's gotten worse and has become extreme drought. There's been subtle improvement, though, in South Florida, especially. The extreme drought has gone to more of like a severe drought, so it's gotten down one. But anyway, the bottom line is that we've seen inconsequential improvement. In fact, it's arguably gotten worse in most of Florida. So what does this mean for the fire threat? Well, we've got burn bans across most of North Florida and kind of a checkered hodgepodge across Central Florida, not so much in the Brevard County area, point south, because we've had a lot of recent rain, but this just means that the counties have determined that it's just too dry to burn anything, that it could become an out-of-control fire. Of note, most of South Georgia, like south of Macon, is under a burn ban. It's an incredible broad brush across the board burn ban of all those Georgia counties. And it's because we've had some serious fires. Brantley County, Georgia, as you probably heard, has had big fires, enough to burn down homes there, sadly. And in our neck of the woods in Levy County, which is on the Big Bend of North Florida, once you get into the Panhandle region, about 1,400 acres of a 30% contained burn. And so far, I haven't seen reports of homes involved, but it's threatened a bunch of homes. So the firefighters there are doing their best to contain it. But fires in Florida, it's kind of a complicated relationship because there is normal as afternoon thunderstorms. This is the time of year that Florida burns. It's always done this for millions of years. Some years are worse than others, but with people here, obviously, it's a problem when fires interface with neighborhoods, right? So the Florida Forest Service has done everything they can in the last 20 years, since about 1998, 25 years or so, to go in there and try and mitigate the forests where it's most dense and where there's the most fuel, so that when fires inevitably do break out, whether it's from human negligence or lightning strikes, it doesn't cause a firestorm and truly becomes something that's out of control. So in one way, fires are good. It actually helps the gopher tortoises procreate. They need the woods to be cleared out so that they can find a mate. Sounds kind of silly, but it's true. Another example is sawgrass needs fire to burn, opening up seeds and cleared out for the next generation of grasses. And that's just two species. There are many varieties of fauna as well as flora that require and have evolved along with Florida wildfires. It's just that now that Florida has 20 million plus people, there's a lot more people that are interfacing in those wooded areas that have typically burned. So, long story short, we hope that everybody stays safe. Obviously, nobody wants to see property damage or any issues But it's also something we have to live with, which is why there's a lot of mitigation efforts and a lot of concern, because there's a lot of neighborhoods that could be affected by this in the coming weeks as the drought continues. And frankly, the burn conditions could get worse. All right, so on a happier note, hour by hour, we're going to go from the upper 70s to around 82 degrees once we hit the daytime high close to 3 and 4 o'clock. There will be a 10% chance for a shower this afternoon. And as we progress through time, high pressure anchored offshore the East Coast is going to continue working southeastward. And in doing so, turn our wind from the north to more of a Bahamian breeze, like a Bahamas breeze coming in from the southeast. That'll tend to up our humidity levels just a little bit, providing a little bit more fuel for those afternoon storms to possibly develop with the coming together of the sea breezes from the Gulf side and the Atlantic side. It's kind of coincidence that it makes a praying symbol, because a lot of us are going to be praying for rain. But that said, yes, we're also going to be warming things up. So we have a potential for some afternoon showers today, a better shot at it tomorrow and Saturday. Not enough to put a drought impact in the positive. We're not going to see it scratch or dent the drought, but we could see a few showers. Now next week, this is the thing, high pressure comes out of Mexico, upper level ridge, super hot area of weather. And so you see the yellows and the oranges, that indicates unusually hot conditions. And that's going to drift across the Gulf and work into Florida, which means that instead of highs in the 80s, we're going to see highs next week in the 90s. And there are indications we could see mid and upper 90s to nearly 100 degrees, especially in North Florida, where the drought is worst, away from the sea breezes. So that's going to be considerable, because that will further bake out any soil moisture that remains in the already very dry landscape. The jet stream pushed all the way north to include Chicago, Dallas, into New York, putting us firmly on the hot side. So this will be the hottest and most sustained hot air mass we've seen so far this season, and it could put records in jeopardy. Again, that'll be the middle and end of next week. In the near term, I mentioned that chance for a few showers. We may have a sprinkle this afternoon, but a lot of this evaporating before it hits the ground. Tomorrow, a slightly better shot. Some of the models are a little more bullish, a little more confident that we'll have a couple of showers, but it's not going to be like a rainy season setup where you have a blossoming of storms bringing downpours to just about the whole state. But this is sort of a sign of what's to come, that it's getting hot enough inland that sea breezes come together, producing lift in the atmosphere, tall clouds, and the possibility of a couple of showers. So now we just need that next ingredient, which is high atmospheric humidity, which is endemic in the summer months. Once we get into dew points around 70, that would be late May, early June. That's when the rainy season typically begins, when you can bank on a likely chance for afternoon storms. So in the near term, it'll remain on the dry side, with the temperatures being the main push of the forecast, with low to mid 80s next few days, and then highs around or above 90s starting next week. And again, Garrett, it'll be late next week that we have that chance for some really hot weather, especially north of Orlando. Some of the models suggesting Ocala and Gainesville and Lake City could see like almost 100 degrees if it all comes together.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you say hot, you mean it.
That's like legit hot.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the really humid hot. It would just be like dry heat that really makes that drought even worse and the impacts more amplified.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. How good does that view look? We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Live look right now, the skyline of Pittsburg, Pennsylvania, just hours away now from the start of the 2026 NFL Draft. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us. And all week long, we've been getting you ready for the start of the NFL Draft by breaking down some of the Florida players that you're going to want to watch for, whose names you're more than likely going to hear called just over the next couple of days. And we've also been breaking down what the needs are for Florida's NFL teams. And so we're continuing that today with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But they're a team that you're going to have to wait a little bit longer before they are actually on the clock. No first-round pick for this Jags team. Going to bring in Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, joining us live now via Zoom. And Tim, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Garrett. Thank you. This will be the Jaguars' 32nd NFL draft and the first where they haven't had a first-round pick.
That's interesting. Now set this up for us, because was that first-round pick? Was that part of the Travis Hunter deal last year? How did they lose this first-round pick from this year?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Last year, the Jaguars had the number 5 draft pick going into the draft. They traded with the Cleveland Browns to go up to the number 2 pick, where they grabbed Travis Hunter. So because of that, the Jaguars will not have a first-round pick this year. In fact, they'll be picking, their first selection will be number 56 in the second round, as you can see there on the screen. So a little bit different. Now, you know, our guys at the Florida Times-Union at Jacksonville.com did some research, and, you know, there's not a lot of precedent for a team with a mid-50s pick moving into the first round. We did find some instances where some packages were put together where a mid-50s pick and some other picks were traded to get for like the 30, 31, 32, so the very end of a first-round pick. But it's most likely not going to happen here with the Jaguars, just based on their needs, which we can talk about in a second. But I don't anticipate anything happening tonight where you will see the Jags taking someone in the first round.
Yeah, how does that change things for this Jags team? Obviously, last year made a huge splash in the draft, trading up and drafting Travis Hunter, who's been, obviously a big part of this Jags team. So how does that kind of change things now heading into to the draft that starts tonight?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why the Jaguars probably won't be trading up is because they're actually in about as good a position as they've been in a long time. Look, you're set at wide receiver, essentially, where you have 3, and if you count Travis Hunter, 4 good wide receivers. You're good at quarterback. You have Trevor Lawrence. You're good with 2 really good defensive ends. So you're going into this thing, you're trying to fill some holes here. So what I expect early in that second round, they did lose Devin Lloyd to the Carolina Panthers. They're a little thin in their secondary. So I'm guessing they're probably either going to go with a secondary player, the best available corner or safety, or there are a couple of guys they're looking at defensive end, because it's always nice to have defensive ends, edge rushers, guys like that. That's where they could go with that early pick. But the good news for the Jaguars is that they are in a really good position. So it's kind of the best available down there in the mid-50s. There's really only a couple of needs you see there. Running back, they obviously lost Travis Etienne to the New Orleans Saints in free agency, but they signed Chris Rodriguez from Washington. He could be their number 1 guy. Bashal Tutin, who they drafted last year, he could be their number 1 guy. You have LaQuint Allen. So it's a really good running back room as far as you've got a lot of depth, but you don't have that one like impact player. So maybe if there's a running back available, I wouldn't expect them to take that in the second round. They have 3 third-round picks, so maybe 81, 88, 100, maybe they're going to take a running back. But I ultimately think that they're going to be looking for someone in the secondary or, like you see, linebacker, safety, or a defensive tackle if a really good player is available.
I know your experts at the Florida Times-Union have been making some projections, going through those mock drafts. So kind of take us through these kind of early picks for the Jags that y'all are projecting, and kind of what they add, what they would bring to the Jags if this is how this ends up shaking out.
Yeah, so Gabe Jacas from Illinois, I mean, he's a real menace. If he's still around there, I don't care what secondary players available. I think they're going to take Gabe. That guy is just, he is a special player. You know, you hope he's around 56 players into the draft, but I'm not sure if that'll be there. But we're projecting that that's a possibility. Again, another Illinois player. People don't realize that Illinois puts a lot of players in the NFL. And I talked about this with you on Monday. They're one of the top 7 programs in the country that get players from the state of Florida into the NFL. And Genesis Smith, he's a really nice safety. He had a great year. And then you're looking at maybe Chris McClellan, a defensive tackle from Missouri. Missouri's another program that's really stepped up its game over the last few years. And then, Caleb Elarms or from a TCU, a linebacker. It's so hard to look at those guys down there, around 100 in the 80s. So, we're just kind of doing a draft board, going with some of the best players available. So, hey, if we hit one of those 4 names, I'd be really happy. But, it's just so hard after, especially the first half of the first round. Who knows who's going where? But that's what we'll go with for those players.
Right. Now, talk to us about this draft and the role that it plays for this team. I mean, this is a team that's coming off a successful year, a great regular season by all accounts. I mean, the left definitely were eliminated from the playoffs a little earlier than they would have liked. But just how does this draft kind of fit into the roster creation for this team at this point as they're kind of looking to take that next step?
Yeah, well, I mean, both head coach Liam Cohen and the general manager, James Gladstone, they've kind of talked about, look, we probably have 19 or 20 of our 22 starters already slotted in. So as I said, you're just looking to fill a couple of minor leaks. That 13-4 record, that's turned around from 4-13 the year before. It was tied for the 3rd largest turnaround in NFL history, which is really an amazing thing. You lose Devin Lloyd, you lose Greg Newsome. So your secondary, like I said, that's going to be really the thing that they're building. But this is a team that fully expects to be there in the AFC South again. They don't expect to have a drop off where you're going to see them win only, 5, 6, 7 games. Obviously, the health of quarterback Trevor Lawrence is going to be a big part of that. You got to keep him upright and healthy. But, this is a team positioned really well. And I think that's why they're not going to do too many crazy things. Now, James Gladstone, that being said, he's a wheeler and dealer. But he's from the Los Angeles Rams school where, a couple of years ago, the Rams, their first pick was, I think, somewhere in the 80s. So, he was kind of learning from a team that said, hey, look, we're going to go with our stars, veterans, free agency, and then the draft, we're going to use to plug holes. So he's actually kind of following the Sean McVay model that they do there. And then, they'll look for a couple of other things, like tight end, I think is a position where Brenton Strange is a really good tight end. But if you look at some of the teams like the Rams, they were using 3 tight ends last year to some really, really good success in Los Angeles. So they might want to get another, a high level tight end in there. So don't be surprised if you see another one drafted there in the draft. Our columnist Ryan O'Halloran at the Times-Union wrote a really nice column this week explaining the 2 types of tight ends. You've got your pass catcher and you've got your down-the-line blocker. And Brenton Strange, he kind of fits into both categories. And you're starting to see that more and more with NFL teams where they'll use a 2 tight end set. Yeah, and you're looking at some different things. So, I think between Liam Cohen and James Gladstone, they've learned from the success of the Rams, which is a great franchise over decades now. And, I think that's the type of success they're hoping to sustain here in Jacksonville.
A little less stressful of a draft this year, Tim, for the front office?
Yeah, in the years I've been here, gosh, my first year, Trevor Lawrence was taken number 1. Then, you've had several first number 1 picks and first round draft picks. So, yeah, you're always stressing about it. And then last year, the trade, our guys, we've got guys who are just, waiting for all of this stuff. Well, they're going to be waiting tonight, but I think it's going to be a little bit easier. The Jaguars are opening their facility tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday for the media. They have right now 11 picks, all of them in day 2 and 3. So yes, today will be a little bit less stressful, and even tomorrow and Saturday, where you have a lot of picks, it's a little bit easier on the reporting for us and the analysis. Ryan, he'll be doing grades and kind of analysis of the picks that they're taking, because a lot of these players you're probably not going to have heard of. So our experts have already prepared a lot of these different looks at these players. So as soon as they're picked, you're going to hear a lot about them. So Jacksonville.com tomorrow and Sunday tomorrow and Saturday, they will be the places to be.
All right, we will definitely keep our eyes peeled for that. Tim, I got to get your take on what you think about this over the past few years and kind of having the draft in different kind of host cities instead of having it in the same place in New York.
No, I love it. I think it's really good. And that shot you showed at Pittsburgh earlier, I haven't looked at their weather report, but it looks absolutely beautiful there. It looks like the Florida sky right now. We've had gorgeous days. And in fact, I was over in Orlando on Tuesday for a field trip for my daughter to SeaWorld. It was like 77 degrees. The sky looked like that. I think we're getting some really nice weather. So for those in Pittsburgh who are there for the draft, it is a beautiful city. I do like Pittsburgh. It's one of those places that over the past decade or two has really fixed itself up to be just a beautiful crown jewel of a city. Heinz Field is a gem. So I think it's great. I like that it's going around. When we saw it in Green Bay, it still looked really cold there, even though it's late April. So, all of these different venues get to get it because, look, the Super Bowl is not going to be in every city, unless they build a dome in Buffalo or, we'll see what they do in Chicago. But open air stadiums, maybe not going to get the Super Bowl. So let's get some of those cities to draft because it's such a big draw. So many people come out to see it, and it's just such a fun event. And I think Pittsburgh's going to do a great job with it tonight.
Yeah, it's cool kind of getting some of the flavor of the different cities, as well, and getting to see some of that kind of play out over the course of the draft as well. And 70 degrees there right now in Pittsburgh. So really, like you said, not much different than what we're dealing with here right now. So, beautiful day for the draft.
Yeah, you can't beat that. Go grab some Primanti Brothers. I love going to cities and trying their signature dishes. And so, stuff some French fries on my sandwich and let's go. Let's get, it's too early. I want the draft to start much sooner than later. So, it's going to be a lot of fun. And, again, Heinz Field, for those who haven't visited there, take a trip, go see it, and then jaunt over to Philadelphia. You can take in an Eagles game the following week. I'd love to travel around to all the football stadiums, and hopefully we'll get to visit those all soon. But Pittsburgh, like I said, I think they're going to do just a great job tonight. They have over 300 bridges in Pittsburgh. A lot of people don't realize how much water is in that area, even though it's pretty far inland. So, you got the three rivers that connect there, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. That number one, it's almost a lock that you're going to see Fernando Mendoza with the Raiders. But then after that, a lot of different things can happen.
That is true. Always fun to watch what happens. Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
All right. Thank you so much, Garrett.
And as we go to break, give you another live look at that 70-degree Pittsburgh day right now. Just a few hours away. The countdown is on until the NFL draft. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to Orlando right now, where Republican candidate for governor Paul Renner holding a news conference right now, talking about regulations for AI, specifically data centers here in the state of Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in. Going to unveil a proposal. This news conference getting underway right now.
Electricity everywhere they're placed. They are the equivalent of the town of New Orleans. You have a facility in Louisiana that's literally the size, the power draw of a city larger than the city of New Orleans. So think about that. A 1 gigawatt data center is the equivalent of 700, 800,000 people. And so no one in the state of Florida will believe that if you're on the grid with one of those data centers that you're not going to see an increase in your electric bill. And Floridians have just faced a historic increase in their electric bills. And so the answer is we're going to put a halt to this until they can answer the questions. The burden's not on us. The burden's not on we the people. The burden is on the tech developers that want to come into our state in a rush, in a hurry, and build these things. And we're not going to build first and ask questions later. And the same thing is true when it comes to our water supply and our environment. These data centers use as much as 5 million gallons a day. One data center. That's the equivalent over a year of almost 2 billion gallons of groundwater taking from our precious aquifer. We are experiencing a historic drought in the state of Florida. We have fires that are ongoing across our state as we speak. And these data center developers would want to stick a huge pipe in the ground into our aquifer and suck it dry. And again, the answer is a simple not on my watch. I will just say this simply. When I'm governor, Florida is not for sale. And there is a huge contrast between me and my opponent, Congressman Donalds. Congressman Donalds has said very clearly in interview after interview that he wants Florida to lead in the development of AI data centers. He said as a starting point, he wants 4 hyperscale data centers that I just talked about in the state of Florida. He has called for this because he's getting a lot of money from the very developers that want to put those data centers here in Florida. And so we need a governor who is not putting the interest of special interest ahead of we the people. I'm running a Florida First campaign, and we're going to put the needs of Floridians, people who make their living and make their home here in Florida, first every single day, on day 1 and all the way through to 8 years. And so the answer is no when it comes to these data centers. And there's another contrast between me and Congressman Donalds when it comes to protections from AI threats. Look, every technology has its benefits, but it also has its threats. And so we need to be making sure we're managing this technology for humanity. Humanity controls the technology. Technology doesn't control humanity. And at the core of this debate is that very question. And you saw a recent experiment they did with AI where they put these chat agents together and then they said, okay, we're going to cut you off and shut you down. And the agents actually said, how about we tell your wife about the affair you're having? And so you see technology turning around and coming after humanity, and we can't allow that to happen. We can't allow our data to be taken without our knowledge or consent. We can't allow for children to have a chat buddy that becomes a substitute mom, dad, God, or oracle. And you saw the governor highlighted recently a mom who lost her son. Because when you ask a parent and you tell a parent, I'm thinking about taking my own life, they're going to sit you down and talk you through that to make sure that doesn't happen. When you ask AI, they tell you, here's 10 ways you can do it. And that's what happened to that young man. And so the governor has proposed during the regular session an AI Bill of Rights, which I support 100%. This dysfunctional legislature, and specifically the leadership in the House, refused to take it up during the regular session. The governor wisely has put it back on a special session that starts April 28th. And so today we come out in full support of that AI Bill of Rights. And I would challenge Congressman Donalds to state, where do you stand on protecting humanity from this technology? Where do you stand to protect adults from having their name, image, and likeness used for commercial purposes without their knowledge or consent? To know that when they're talking to someone, they're talking to a chatbot, not a human being. To protect children from having their own personal data mined and sold to the highest bidder. To protect children and parents to have parental consent when it comes to the use of AI in schools. Where do you stand? I stand clearly on the side of humanity and protecting both adults, but especially our children, from the threats of artificial intelligence, and I support that AI Bill of Rights and would, in fact, go further as governor. I would want to see, when it comes to AI in education, an opt-in, not an opt-out, but an opt-in for every parent to decide whether you feel it's in your child's best interest to have AI teaching your kid rather than a human being as a parent. That you will not have your children's data mined. Again, it has to be anonymous. If you're going to have AI at all in schools, you're not going to have that data taken without your knowledge or consent. And it's not coming home with you. If it's being used during classroom hours, it's not coming home with you to ask questions as a life coach about what you should do. And specifically, as happened to that young man, whether you should take your own life and act on some of the struggles you're having. That's a conversation with mom and dad. That's a conversation with a priest, a pastor, or a rabbi, not a soulless piece of machinery. So again, technology has its uses. We will harness AI for its positive uses, but we first have to ask the questions of what's in it for us, what's in it for humanity. And first and foremost, as your governor, I will always put Florida first. I will always protect we the people and make sure that we harness that only for our purposes, and not for any of the threats that AI absolutely confronts us with, including the construction of these data centers. And so I'll now take your questions. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Related question. There's a state law that strips Floridians from local control as it relates to 5G cell towers. Residents across the state have been trying to keep these away from homes and schools because of the health and property value concerns, but they have run into a dead end. As governor, would you support legislation to repeal that state law and return home rule to the local residents on 5G cell towers and not have big telecom shove these down their throats?
Well, the short answer is I oppose federal preemption because there's an effort to preempt at the federal level what the state can do. So I oppose that. I support larger home rule on a lot of different issues, including 5G, to make sure that we are addressing the environmental concerns that you're talking about. I know there were some other questions. Anyone else with a question? Yes, sir.
I support your interest in protecting our lifestyles here. Part of that is we have a history of having chemtrails. Well, the current government passed a law. I still see an equal number. The chemtrail is easy to follow. They're all coming from Patrick Air Force Base over at Cocoa Beach. What can we do? How can I, I can't call OPD and say someone's failing. When I go out in the morning, I see all of this strange dust on my car. It continues to go on, continues to poison us and poison land around. What can we do to follow up on making sure the law is here?
Well, we'll enforce SB 56. We will make sure that with respect to the private sector, if people are flying private planes out of our airports, we'll cut off funding for any airport that allows those planes to fly. You're referring to something from a Defense Department standpoint, and that's going to be me on the phone advocating for the federal government to end it. And I know there was some funding in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, but we should not be spraying any chemicals into our environment for climate change purposes or whatever purpose, because it has unintended effects. And so I will absolutely enforce that law when I'm governor.
We had a place to report.
Also, yeah.
There's nowhere for me to go and say, hey, look, we're still doing this.
Yeah, I think we need a hotline. We need to be able to report it, document it, and put out the news on it.
Mr. Governor.
Yes, sir. Okay, you first, and then yes, sir.
So you've been a big champion for the disability community, even when you were in the Speaker of the House. Okay, what is your message to the disability community, especially people with autism, Down syndrome, of the dangers that AI can potentially be for the disability community?
Well, I think there are threats that we haven't really envisioned yet, but the main one, as I said, is running past our humanity, and there's perfection in our imperfection, is what I would say. And so that's what defines us as human beings, and we have to make sure that we are protecting that from this new technology, harnessing the good, and harnessing the things it can do for us, But we're in control. Make no mistake, when I'm governor, AI is under our control. We're not under its in control. And we're not under the control of people who want to just come in and use our state as a profit center solely. They have to make sure that they're coming in and not doing harm to our citizens and in whatever community. And with respect to the disability community, as you know, we did a lot with respect to education to allow for people in the autism community to have unique wraparound services. They get customized education that really is a total game changer for the parents and those that are learning in the K-12 space through our universal school choice bill. There's an academy down in Cape Coral area, Thrive Academy, that's just a pleasure to see what they're doing there for kids, and it's really been a total game changer for those kids. Chris.
Paul, thanks for your comments about the AI Bill of Rights and just a clear-eyed vision of protecting children, Floridians from this evolving technology. We do know the genie's not going back to the bottle. When you start thinking about more realistic methods to power AI or data centers, such as nuclear reactions or nuclear reactors, small modular reactors, what's your stance on Florida with nuclear power?
I'm all for nuclear power. I think the small modular reactors are a great potential benefit, including with large demand users like a Publix or a data center. We have other data centers that are not AI data centers. They're not those huge ones. And ultimately, they have to have their own grid. They can't be on our grid, or you're going to pay more in electric costs. And I think what we should be doing, and we've had this conversation before, is watching some of these other states. Let them get down the road a year or two and see what happens. And I think what you're going to see is the way they're offering these, the way they're demanding them, is going to be to have a subsidization from we the people, from the ratepayers, for these massive data centers. They need to have their own power supply. And I've said before, they better bring their own electricity. They better bring their own water. But that's not the end of the discussion, because we also talked earlier about, before the press conference, about the sounds. They've got these fans that are running, humming and running 24/7. It's one thing if you move next to an airport, you've moved to the nuisance. It's another thing if the nuisance has moved to you. So many of our citizens in rural communities, my opponent has said we've got plenty of pristine land that we can use for these. Well, I want pristine land to be pristine land. How about that? And we were champions of the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Making sure we don't destroy the character and quality of our rural communities is very important. And so there's all kinds of issues beyond the increase in electric rates, beyond the damage to our water supply, that go towards noise, that go towards other environmental threats. There was a discussion about 5G. I want to know that this stuff is all safe for people, if it's going to be smack up against an elementary school. Those are questions that need to be answered first. Okay? And so you're right. We're never going to stop AI, but we have to make sure we're protecting Florida citizens, and that is what I will always do each and every day when I wake up as your governor. Sadly, my opponent, there's a big difference on this issue. He wants to hit the accelerator on the construction of AI data centers. I want to put a halt until we answer a lot of questions. And separately, I don't believe, and we can ask him, we should ask him, is he in favor of the AI Bill of Rights being passed in this special session? He was quiet about it during the regular session, but his ally killed it. And so is he going to allow for the protection of everyone in this state from some of the threats that come from AI, or is he going to stand with his donors? I'm going to stand with we the people, and we're going to have those protections in place. We're not stopping AI, but we're going to control it. It is not going to control us. Yes, ma'am. Right. Right.
So we feel that many parents are feeling, hey, something has to be done with these children because they have potential, they're smart.
Right.
And they need a class, but they need that one-on-one. They need that small group instruction. How can we do better by that?
Yep. So let me repeat the question for those that didn't hear it and for the cameras. So the question is about children with autism, and while it's ideal, if you could mainstream them, oftentimes that's just not practical, or they don't have the resources. And so what do we do in that case? And I would point back to the Universal School Choice Scholarship that we did, which is completely unbundled. You can use it for an hour a week. A homeschool kid can to go to a public school. So it's not just taking kids from public schools into private schools, as has been sometimes the narrative. And so for autistic children, I point to the Thrive Academy down in the Southwest Florida area, and it's all autistic. It's all for autistic kids, and so there's a lot of special instruction, special wraparound services that can be paid for through that scholarship, and it's called Unique Abilities Scholarship, and it's a little bit more than the scholarship for students that do not have those unique abilities, and it's a total game changer. And so I think that's a really important thing that we have here in Florida. I was a champion for that. And I was very proud, in part because of what we did for children with unique abilities. We cleared the wait list. There was a wait list. And so I know this has been a total, again, I use the word game changer. It's been a true game changer for a lot of families who are now getting the kind of education that they've struggled going from school to school to school, to make sure that they're getting a customized education for their child, wherever they are in that spectrum, to make sure that they get the very best education possible. So I think we're going to stop with that. Let me just say in conclusion, this is a defining issue in this campaign. I have stated very clearly and unequivocally, I will put the people of Florida and Florida first always. And on this topic, that means a full, complete halt on the construction of these large AI data centers, period, full stop. My opponent, on the other hand, has said, hit the accelerator. He wants more of them. He says Florida should lead in the construction of AI data centers, and that we have plenty of pristine land to use for that. Let me tell you, a lot of that pristine land is on fire right now because of historic drought, but he wants to bring in data centers that are going to suck out our aquifer to make our water problems even more severe than they are today. That is not going to happen on my watch. Florida is not for sale, Congressman Donalds, and when I'm governor, it won't be. We're going to put Florida first. Thank you guys very much for coming out.
Former Florida House Speaker Paul Renner, Republican candidate for governor, speaking in Orlando this morning, where he released a proposal, talked about some plans for regulations for data centers, AI data centers, which are controversial because of how much utilities they use, water, electricity, that kind of thing. We've talked a little bit about Fort Meade in Polk County and the city there that has approved a proposal for a development plan for an AI data center there that's gotten a lot of pushback from residents and others. We know the state's watching it closely, and Paul Renner there with the placard on his podium there saying no AI data centers, saying that Florida is not for sale and data centers are not something he wants to see here in the Sunshine State. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to over the next little bit, so we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and from a candidate for governor to the current governor, Governor Ron DeSantis was in Kissimmee earlier today, where he was talking about the VBK and some investments in that. But he also took some questions and spoke about property taxes, redistricting, a number of other topics at the end. I want to play for you some of his answers on those topics ahead of next week's special session.
So the property tax, I mean, you know, I get asked and I give the answer, and then people are like, oh, they're not ready. So you got to vote for it on the ballot in November because it's local. We don't get property tax revenue at the state level. If it was a state revenue source, I could just ask the legislature to do it in the legislature, right? So it's got to go to voters, and the way you get it to voters is the legislature has to put that on the ballot, and you need 60% of each house to do that. That has to be done by August 1st, and then it goes on the ballot, and you guys get to vote in November. So it will not happen before the November election. There are mechanisms where you can do a special election, but you need 3/4 of each house, and we don't have those votes to be able to do that. And so November is the time. And then people say, well, you did, you know, I didn't want to do it in the regular session because there's a lot of other issues that float around. I know they're working on the budget. They got to do the maps. They got to do some of these other things. And so when that dust clears, I think we'll be in great shape to be able to do it. There will be something on the ballot. You know, the question is what are 3/5 of each house willing to put on the ballot? And how is that going to be structured and everything? But look at this. And this is just crazy because, you know, when you say property, oh, you can't do property tax. We're not going to have schools. We're not going to have police. So in 2019, local governments took in $32 billion in property tax revenue for the whole state. All local governments, $32 billion, every function. Today, that number is $60 billion. That's 7 years later. It's gone from $32 billion to $60 billion. Why? Well, they're assessing values, property higher. You've had people move in and purchase. New homes have been built. There's a lot of factors in that. But the reality is even if you acknowledge there's been inflation, which there has been, and that's been happening all over the country since 2021, if you acknowledge that Florida's had a lot of population growth, which is true, if you control for that, then yeah, it would go up more from $32 billion for sure, but it wouldn't be even close to $60 billion. So you could basically do the same things you were doing back in 2019, and instead of $32 billion, inflation, population, fine, you're talking about $44 billion. Well, where's the rest of that money? Where is that gone? And then the question is, do you want that as relief? And I think that the property tax is the best thing you can do to give relief for individual Floridians and Florida families. Now, we're talking about college affordability. We do all this great stuff, and I'm happy with that. But in terms of the stuff that people are getting pinched by, you know, I saw gas was $4 there. You know, I've seen the groceries. You know, I take my kids, like, you know, they go to like, oh, they want to go to a McDonald's drive-through, and I do 3 Happy Meals, and it's $40 because they want the Huntrix meal, which they don't eat all the chicken nuggets, and I'm just like, you know, do you really need it? You're not going to eat? Oh no, I wanted that. Okay, so you do that. But you got a lot of these issues that, I mean, it makes it tough. So what do we control? You know, if I could, you know, put those menu prices back to 2019. If I had the ability to do it, I would do it. If the legislature could pass a law, we do it. It's just not. But what we can do, what you control as Floridians under your Constitution and in conjunction with this process, is you do control the tax, the property tax. And so if you want relief, you're going to have an ability to do relief. Now, I've also said, and I put in my budget, you know, creating a fund to be able to give grants to the locals because what will happen is you do it, that the homestead revenue will obviously go down, so you can do grants to help with that. But what will happen too is the non-homestead revenue will continue to go up because you're going to have Canadians still buying homes. You're going to have, I mean, you've got some very wealthy people from like South America. They'll buy these like massive homes in Coconut Grove down south. Well, okay, they can tax them, fine. You have people that want all these Airbnbs. I mean, Central Florida has so many of these Airbnbs. I think some of the whole neighborhoods are like Airbnbs. I mean, it's honestly, it's ridiculous. But tax that. That's totally fine. So you'll be able to do it. And so this stuff goes. So people will see that as we do, but we got to work, with the legislature to get the language approved for the ballot. And what I've told people before is this is not something we wanted to do in the regular session in February, March, because we just knew that wasn't the most advantageous time. And we know that we have until August. So there will be a special session to do the property tax. And my sense would be we'll get there probably on the first try. But if not, there will be more of those sessions until they put something on the ballot. I don't think that they can go back to the voters without having put something, on the ballot. Now, there's different ways. How do you structure this, that? Fine. You can have those debates. But the reality is, I want to see something historic. Also, people are talking about someone then's going to come move and come to Florida and not pay tax. There's ways you can phase in the people that could, because I don't want to incent people to come. I kind of think we've had a lot of people come, and I think having some moderation in that is a good thing. So there's ways you can say you got to, if you're not a Floridian, this is what you need to do to qualify. That's fine. There's a whole host of things you can do, but if you don't do anything on property tax, on current trajectory, we were at $32 billion that they were taking, local governments took from Florida, Floridians and other people that own property in 2019. By 2031, it'll be about $83 billion. So that's almost tripling the revenue. And have we tripled the services of course not. What happened, and this is human nature, the bureaucracies tend to grow, right? And but I think we, as the state and the legislature too, because they've been a part of this, we do have credibility in this. Because if you look at our budgets that we've done, when COVID happened and the inflation, I had to put more money in. You saw that. But if you look in the last 3 or 4 years, we've basically had a stable budget. It's not really gone up. In fact, it's probably gone down when adjusted for inflation and population growth. But we're in a period where we have millions of more people than New York State does, and New York's budget is twice the size of Florida's budget at the state level. New York City's budget, 8 million people, we're 23.5. Their budget, the city budget, is more than the entire state of Florida. And that's before the mayor starts taking over the grocery stores. Who knows how much that's going to cost when he starts doing all that? So we've walked the walk on this. If you look, when I became governor, our rainy day fund, we've more than quadrupled the state's rainy day fund. We've actually maxed it out. We're not allowed to put more money into it in current year. I think they may be able to top it off a little in the next fiscal year. If you look at the state's debt, go back to the 1840s till the present, all the debt Florida's accumulated, added up, just since I've been governor, we've paid off more than 50% of it. You know how they have... You know how they have in New York City? I don't even know if they do it anymore because it's gotten so big. But they used to have the national debt clock in Times Square, and it would count, obviously counting up, right? Doing that. And we used to make a big deal about that when our debt was $5 trillion. When I was in high school, the debt of the United States was $4.5 to $5 trillion. Now it's almost $39 trillion, and I ain't that old, so that's not a good trend line, right? So I remember that. What I want to do, and I think we will do, I want a Florida debt clock that we can display. The only difference is ours won't be counting up, it will be counting down, and that's a good thing. So thanks, everybody. God bless.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier in Kissimmee, talking about a number of topics there, focusing on property taxes, saying he does expect that we will get there. That was his quote, "We'll get there," thinking that the legislature will pass something that will put that measure or some measure on the ballot for you to vote on this fall. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Alligator Alcatraz can stay open. That is the latest from an appeals court judge making that ruling this week as a number of legal battles continue in court against that detention facility in Southwest Florida. Joining us live now to talk about this and what it all means, we've got Churchill Donwee, a reporter for the Miami Herald, joining us live now via Zoom. Churchill, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So first, just kind of walk us through the judge's decision, what they said their reasoning was here, and kind of how this, what this means.
Yes. So to just give some background, this case was started all the way back in June of last year. Back in August, a district judge had put in an order that sort of barred the state from bringing in new detainees at Alligator Alcatraz and also had stopped new construction of the site. Immediately right after the judge's order, the state filed this appeal. And so for the past couple of months, they've been filing all these briefs. And last month, they had the arguments around it. And the decision came in this week, which sort of says Alligator Alcatraz stays open. It boils down to a couple of facts. One is that though the state has continued to argue that it operates the site, that there's less federal involvement, and that is what the appellate courts were looking at into is how much of the federal government is involved in controlling the site. And, in Williams's old order, she had pointed to the fact that the federal government had promised to give DeSantis administration funding for this site. But since then, there's been a back and forth about, did they get money? Did they not get money? At some point, that funding was put on hold. And so the federal judges looked at that and said, well, based off the fact that Florida hasn't received any federal funds, that means that there's less control. And so that's part of the reason. Another component of this that the judges looked at was this part of the law that says that the judicial branch cannot really bar the DHS secretary from carrying out his duties of immigration enforcement. And so those were sort of the two key things that they looked at.
Any reaction from the group that has been part of this suit to begin with, that has been pushing and fighting to get it shut down?
Yes, I mean, Friends of the Everglades and the Miccosukee tribes are sort of the two main, and there are other environmental groups involved. And for context for your audience, this case is still very much in a very, very early stage. The preliminary injunction was put in place at a very early stage of the case in the district court. And so this is just only getting started. They still have to go through this process now of discovery and eventually go to trial. And so to the reaction that the groups have said is, no, this is just the early start. They will continue to fight on this issue. And as I mentioned, again, very early, very, very early stages.
Yeah, and so that's a good point. And so what happens now as this continues to kind of move forward and work its way through? Because, nothing is settled yet with this on the actual kind of merits of the case.
Yeah, so going forward, there's a couple of things that the environmental groups and the Miccosukee tribe have the option to file for a rehearing with the appellate court. That is their decision. I have no idea if they're going to do that or not. If they do, then that sort of takes the case back to the appellate court. But if they don't, that takes the case back to the district court, and the case will move forward as usual. So the next phase of this will be, discovery, and right after that, they'll go through sort of actual trial, which the argument here is, did the state and the federal government not follow federal environmental regulation rules when they were trying to build out Alligator Alcatraz?
And for additional context here too, Churchill, I mean, this is just one of a number of challenges that this detention center has faced.
Yes. This is one of, it used to be 3 cases, but now it's boiled down to 2 cases. So this is the environmental regulation review assessment case is one thing. On the other end, there is another case brought on by the ACLU for detainees at Alligator Alcatraz who are saying that their First Amendment rights are being violated by the state and the federal government. They're saying that they don't have, appropriate access to their lawyers. That case itself also, there was a preliminary injunction filed, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago for that case, where the judge in the Middle District of Florida said that the state, one, had to provide more cell phones or phone access to detainees at Alligator Alcatraz. She's also ordered that the state grant right now for a lawyer to, well, at least then, for a lawyer to access their client at Alligator Alcatraz, they had to fill out this pre-appointment scheduling form that they go back and forth with the facility on. But she said no longer that. So you could show up as a lawyer to Alligator Alcatraz on an unscheduled visit and being able to see your client. That was another component of it. And then she also increased the number of phones that each detainee would have. I believe she says, 1 phone per 25 detainees. And right now, when I believe there are about 1,300 detainees at the site. And then also she sort of required that, all of the rules and all of the procedures that detainees need to follow when it comes to contacting their attorneys need to be posted visibly within the facility, and also has to be in the language of Spanish and on Haitian Creole. That immediately after the order, similar to this case we were talking about earlier in the environmental review, the state filed notice that it was going to appeal that decision. And also, so we'll be back again to the 11th Circuit Court very soon.
So folks watching this and kind of following these different challenges and the operations going on there, what's the main thing we need to be kind of watching for next in all these developments?
Yeah, I think one is the first case. I think if the case goes back to the appellate court for rehearing, what does that mean? I think that's going to have an interesting twist to it. With the First Amendment case, I think they're still sort of in the what becomes of that hearing at the appellate court, I think that's something to watch for. The state has said they have been following and complying with the order from the judge, but at the same time, they're saying it can be that order was a little bit burdensome and with the recent filing. So there's sort of this back and forth play here that we need to watch. When it comes to this, I know folks, the site being shut down, again, that is still a question in the air that we all will watch outplay.
Miami Herald reporter Churchill Donwe, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and breaking all this down for us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me get you to Oakland, California, where we are seeing Alameda County, California District Attorney Ursula Jones Dixon speaking right now, answering questions from reporters about the alleged misconduct of former Congressman Eric Swallwell. We know he's under investigation as women have come forward accusing him of that. So let's go ahead and listen in as this prosecutor speaks.
After 30 years. So I don't feel like we have the right to judge how people do what is best for them, specifically when they've been victims, and we're also not in a position to bully them to do so. Yes, sir.
So is there, I know this is part of your an effort to get the word out, to get victims to contact you. Is there anything else that your office can do to proactively go and search for victims or get the word out somehow? Because he does seem like a prolific offender, allegedly, and he was in this county for the majority of his career.
So I'm going to go back to exactly what we just talked about the rights of victims are. They have privacy rights. So to your point, should we proactively seek out victims to try to cajole them, push them, engage them about testifying? The answer to that question is I shall not. Not that I wouldn't like to make sure that I'm there for people, but I shall not. I cannot do that. And I think that, we would be foolish to believe that most everybody in the United States at this point knows this, right? This is being covered by more media than we get covered for human trafficking of children, babies on the streets. I never have this number of people for those types of press conferences. So most everybody's had this information for consumption. So at this point, we know that information is out there, and I would expect that almost any victim of sexual assault at the hands of Representative Swallwell, former Representative Swallwell, know at this point that there's an avenue. Now, this is actually more about victims knowing their rights than it is. I don't want anybody pressuring, including the media, pressuring victims to do anything they're not ready to do. That doesn't serve them, and it doesn't serve us on this end when we're ready to go to trial on something. That victim is not healed enough to do that. So we realize that sometimes this takes longer and more care. And I respect that, and I will honor it. Yes.
Speaking of victims, can you describe what justice looks like?
For who? For victims?
Yeah.
So that literally is the question that I think is the oddest question I've ever been asked. I've been asked it multiple times because justice is different for everybody. When I was a victim of a violent crime, that justice was different for me than it might be for the person who's the victim of this crime. Like, justice looks like what people feel they need to be healed. Justice looks like, if there's a case that we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, us doing the best we can to prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. We do that work every day. That's nothing new. But that's really justice for the system. What justice looks like for a victim is personal to the victim. It may be that a victim decides, I want to go full on. I want to go to trial. I want this person to spend time in prison, and we are here for all of that. Trust me, we are. That victim may also decide, justice for me looks like, I want some therapy, and I want to not ever see these people again, and I'm never going to be in front of one of these cameras. And that's fine, too. So what justice looks like for victims belongs to the victim. It doesn't belong to me, you, or anyone else here.
Swallwell, without commenting on Swallwell, whether there's an investigation in Swallwell, right? But this guy, he made a career in the DA's office. I know this was a while ago, but can you say, is the DA's office different today? And have you done anything to, talk about culture in the DA's office and mandatory reporting or sexual harassment trainings or things like that? Like, how has it changed in the DA's office?
I believe Representative Swallwell was here maybe 8 years, if I recall. And there are no allegations at this point that any of these things happened during that time. So I don't want us to put out into the universe that the DA's office didn't do something as it relates to him when he was here in his behaviors. I don't have any information that reflects that. And that is a big piece of one of the things I wanted to look into. Is there anything we should know that we don't know? That's number one, right? But two, I think that our culture has changed quite a bit around sexual assault. The fact that right now, specifically after the Me Too movement, there is an automatic push by everyone to believe any victim who makes an allegation is totally different than when I was in college, for sure. It was the opposite, right? So I think culture has changed across the board, but do I think there's culture in specific pockets across the country, specifically in spaces where there's power? Again, let's speak to what we just said, whether it be the Epstein files, whether it be Cesar Chavez, whether it be former Representative Swallwell. Clearly there are pockets of culture around power and specifically men that have existed forever and likely won't stop existing until other men speak up and say something. I think the thing that bothered me most about these allegations is how many people said, we knew. We knew something was going on, but who said anything? Nobody. I sat on the bench for 11 years. I wasn't in this office, and I wasn't in politics. Never heard it in my life. And all of a sudden, everybody's like, well, everybody knew. What did you know, and why didn't you say anything? And that, to me, is the culture that we have to break. We cannot, shall not be this blind to women being pillaged at the hands of men in 2026 like it has always been. It cannot be business as usual. This is ridiculousness. So to your question, I don't know of a culture here in this office around sexual assault at the time that I was here and Eric was here, which was a short overlap. I'd never heard that, nor have I experienced it. Does that mean it didn't happen? I mean, I would assume at this point somebody would come out and say something. But no, I have not. As culture goes, I think we've changed. We have now in our culture sexual harassment trainings that I didn't have when I first started at the DA's office or any job I had even before because I went to law school late, right? Now that is common and it's required. And so I think that yes, the culture has changed. The fact that within the last several months we've had all of these things line up to say victims of sexual assault are being forgotten at the highest levels. In the White House, on the Hill, all of it. But is that really new? Everybody knew about the Epstein files and nobody said a word. Everybody in those spaces. So, any other questions? Yes.
Just real quick,
Yes.
Price also asked you to return some $50,000 in campaign contributions. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not talking about campaign information today, nor am I talking about Ms. Price, because unfortunately for victims of crime, it's not about her. This is not about politics. This is about victims. And I find it fascinating that we're having conversations about contributions, not from somebody who's accused of a crime, but anybody else. We're not going to do that. I'm not taking the light off of victims of crime today. Not going to do it. Any other questions? Nothing? Thank you so much for your time.
A message from the Alameda County, California District Attorney, and a message to victims who may be out there in connection with alleged misconduct of a member of Congress, Eric Swallwell, a Democrat from California. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look. I want to show you just a couple of the things that we also had up on your screen there while we were listening to that. This is a live look at the luncheon in Washington, D.C., where we're expecting remarks any minute now from the First Lady of the United States. This is the 113th annual First Lady's Luncheon, where Melania Trump is going to be discussing her priorities and outcomes during President Trump's second administration. We're seeing folks file in to this luncheon right now and expect it to get underway shortly. We'll be staying tuned for remarks from the First Lady any minute now. Right now, though, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Several civil rights organizations here in the state of Florida announced today that they are suing the state and also local elections officials in parts of South Florida over House Bill 991, which has been signed into law by the governor. It's essentially the state-level SAVE Act. We've talked about it before. We listened in on some of the debate back during the legislative session in Tallahassee. It's a bill that would require additional citizenship checks, some restrictions on IDs that can be used for voting, including not allowing student IDs from universities to be used. And so these organizations are filing suit and held a news conference earlier today where they talked about some of their reasons for that. We're going to hear from the Florida Immigrant Coalition, Florida Rising, Common Cause, and the Advancement Project. Again, this was just a little bit ago, them holding a virtual news conference where they talked about their concerns about this new elections law and what the fallout they believe could be.
Good morning. My name is Hani Mirza. I'm the director of the Power and Democracy program at Advancement Project, a next generation multiracial civil rights organization. Here at Advancement Project, our work is driven by Black, Brown, immigrant, and working class communities, the same people House Bill 991 is designed to push out of the democratic process. For Advancement Project, defending the right to vote isn't abstract. It's about ensuring that communities who fought hardest for democracy don't get stripped of their ability to shape it. Voter suppression tactics have historically been piloted in Florida before spreading to other states. What gets normalized here doesn't stay here. HB 991 isn't just a state law, it's a national playbook. HB 991 is part of a coordinated strategy to reshape who participates in democracy and who gets locked out. This is about power, not election integrity. Documentary proof of citizenship laws like HB 981 are designed to determine who holds power and who gets pushed out. The burden falls on the same communities every time. New citizens, communities of color, and working class voters face the highest barriers under laws like House Bill 991, and that's not a coincidence. Advancement Project is here because the stakes demand it. This fight isn't just about one bill in one state or one law. It's about refusing to let hard-won voting rights be dismantled one bill at a time. And I'm now going to pass it on to our other speakers who will talk about the impact House Bill 991 will have. And I'll pass it to you, Tomas, to lay the framework for that.
Sure, and thank you so much, Hani. Now we're going to hear from Teresa, who is with Florida Rising, and as Hani says, she's going to speak on the impact that this will have to our community members here in the state of Florida. Teresa, take it away whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Buenos dias. My name is Teresa Guzman Pagan. I have the pleasure of serving as Director of Expanding Democracy with Florida Rising. However, today I'm here as an impacted voter. My ability to vote in 2027 and beyond will be jeopardized by Florida's SAVE Act 991 because of my status as a newly naturalized citizen. I will have to provide proof of my citizenship, despite me having been registered to vote since 2023 and having voted in 2 different elections. I became a citizen in 2023 after living in the United States for 15 years. I emigrated from the Dominican Republic at 17 with hopes of achieving the American dream, getting an education in a country that promised me a better future. I came to this country because I admired the concept of American democracy, one foreign to me because of the corruption and voter suppression history in my own country of origin. I had a student visa, and then I became a US green card holder. I paid my taxes. I fully paid 2 degrees. And then I spent thousands of dollars in fees for USCIS attorneys and all the things that require being an immigrant in this country. It was a dream come true when I was sworn in as a US citizen, an opportunity to finally be part of this democracy I so cherished. I voted for the first time in my life in 2024, and knowing how hard it was for me to get to do that, the passage of the Florida SAVE Act is honestly a slap in the face to people like me. If you have become naturalized within the last 8 years, you must notify DHS-MV of your change in immigration status. If you've ever had to do something in a government office, you know how difficult it is to make time to go in person or call or stay in line for hours to try to talk to a representative. That is time away from your job, your family, and your life. Not to mention the idea that I have to further prove myself to this government after doing quote unquote everything right or quote unquote coming in the right way. It is an insult to the hours I've spent working in this country, in politics and civic engagement, no less. Studying to become a functioning member of American society and doing so without any power to make my voice heard on who I want to represent me in government. There are millions of people in this state with my story. The fact that this legislature and this governor are making it so much harder for people to vote is disheartening, and we will prove it illegal in court. People have organized, we've worked to pass laws, and we've built movements around eliminating barriers to voting. And we will continue to raise awareness, make sure we amplify the voices of voters most impacted by this bill, and fight to end it in the courts and, of course, in the streets. I'll pass it back to Tomas.
Thanks so much, Teresa. Next, we're going to hear from Tessa, who is the Executive Director at the Florida Immigrant Coalition. And Tessa is going to speak on the impact to immigrant and naturalized voters particularly. Tessa, take it away whenever you can.
Thank you, Tomas. Good morning, everyone. I am Tessa Petit. I serve as the Executive Director for the Florida Immigrant Coalition. When making the decision to join this lawsuit, we really thought about the tens of millions of naturalized citizens, just like you've heard Teresa mention, and just like me, a naturalized citizen as well. These processes will not only hinder all naturalized citizens when it comes time for them to vote, when it comes time for them to exercise their citizenship, everything that we've worked for to become part of this nation. Voting is the core of what it is to be a U.S. citizen. We are living in a state with a system that is not clear, a system that is not made to empower people. Most naturalized citizens are not aware that they are required to go to the Department of Motor Vehicle to confirm and provide proof of their new citizenship. Proof of our new citizenship is available with the Social Security Administration. It is available in other layers of the system, but this particular intention, this particular ask for folks to go to the DHMV really will hinder thousands of naturalized citizens. I want to remind folks also that Florida is the second state with the largest number of naturalized citizens, and also the second state with the largest number of legal permanent residents who are eligible to be naturalized. And this will put a wrench in the process for so many naturalized citizens. In addition to that, this process will also impact older voters. It will also impact the elderlies that are staying in nursing homes, folks who do not have an ID. It will also impact people who cannot afford an ID, because an ID is not free in the state of Florida, and they would be required to purchase one and to be able to go get one. So we are doing this because, as you've heard Hani say also, we know that Florida is the bedrock for everything, every bad law that flourishes throughout the country. And we want to make sure that we nip this in the bud and that we protect not only our Floridian voters, but also we put an end to this attack on people's right to vote. And with that, I will pass it back to Tomas.
Great, thank you, Tessa. And to close out, we will hear from Oliver, who is with the organization Common Cause, and again, we'll address impacts to our accessibility to the ballot box and our community. Oliver, take it away.
Thanks, Tomas, and hi, everyone. I'm going to go in English first, and then I'll do it in Spanish. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oliver, and I'm here with Common Cause. And I want to start with something personal. I'm terrified that my mom, and people like my mom, may no longer be able to vote. My mom fled a violent dictatorship in Cuba. She has been in this country for over 40 years. She's a naturalized U.S. citizen and has never committed a crime. She's also an older, disabled woman who has changed her name, like millions of women, after marriage and again after becoming a citizen. And now, because of this law, she could lose her right to vote. Let's be clear. This law is about making it harder for people to vote. This law creates new barriers that will hit the most vulnerable people the hardest. Elderly voters, disabled voters, naturalized citizens, people who have changed their names, people who may not have easy access to documents like a driver's license, passport, or birth certificate. I have seen this firsthand. After my mom became disabled, her license expired. She could not update it on her own. If I had not been there to help her, she likely would not have been able to navigate the process. Under this law, had I not been able to help my mom, she would have received a notice and had only 30 days to produce documents that are difficult and expensive to obtain. She would not have been able to respond in time, and she would have been removed from the voter rolls. If my mom still gets a notice asking for proof of citizenship, and I cannot go assist her, she will be removed from the voter rolls. That is the reality this law creates. Millions of Americans do not have these documents readily available. Many cannot take time off work, pay fees, or travel to government offices. As a Miami native, I have seen firsthand the countless elderly, disabled, and naturalized citizens who do not have someone to help them if they do get flagged under this law. This is a barrier that will leave eligible voters behind. And that is why we're here today. This lawsuit challenges a law that threatens to take away the freedom to vote from people who have every right to participate in our democracy. Being elderly should not disenfranchise you. Being disabled should not disenfranchise you. Changing your name should not disenfranchise you. Being a naturalized citizen should not disenfranchise you. My mom should not have to prove over and over again that she belongs in the democracy she chose and welcomed her. The right to vote is fundamental to a democracy, and we will fight to protect it.
I would like to ask
There are
right now
two
before we
questions
close.
in the chat.
Oh, we do? Sorry, I missed those.
I can take the one from Karen. So the information that's like the question is just for everyone else. When someone becomes naturalized, does that information get transmitted to the supervisor of elections? Not directly. It does not. And so this law will use data culled from other sources, other lists that are stale or don't have accurate information, like the DMV records, to determine if there's proof of citizenship. And if they are not able to find proof of citizenship, they'll require the voter to provide that proof of citizenship.
And if I may add, Hani, I want to share with the folks here also
at a news conference earlier today talking about their concerns about the state's new elections reforms passed as part of what has essentially been billed as the Florida SAVE Act. I want to get you live now to this luncheon, though, in Washington, D.C., where we are getting ready to hear remarks from the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, introduced by the Second Lady, Usha Vance, you just heard from or just saw there, still standing alongside the First Lady. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Good afternoon. It is a privilege to take part in this great American tradition, and a pleasure to have our Second Lady, Usha Vance, with us today. Thank you, Usha. I commend Chairwoman Allen, President Dunn, and their entire team for bringing everyone together to advance the greater good of our community. America's children are our moral equals. As parents and leaders, it is our ethical obligation to ensure our kids develop emotionally and physically within a safe environment. Last week, I shared this declaration with members of the prestigious Ways and Means Committee on Capitol Hill. We convened to advance landmark legislation to protect the foster care community. This follows the Fostering the Future executive order signed last November, I remain impressed by our representatives' bipartisan commitment, and I'm confident this will soon become the law of the land. When passed, this will mark the second piece of legislation I have championed for the protection of America's next generation. The world doesn't move for those who stop. Over the past year, with discipline and focus, I have enacted several initiatives to benefit our children. Domestically, Fostering the Future has expanded coast to coast to roughly 33% of the states in our country. Fostering the Future University scholarships programs are available for individuals aging out of foster care in Georgia, Arizona, California, Nebraska, New York, Florida, Louisiana, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Take It Down Act is the first piece of legislation that I supported within the first 100 days of this 47th presidential administration. On April 7th, just a few weeks ago, the U.S. Department of Justice secured its first conviction under the new law. $30 million was allocated towards HUD's 2026 budget to support housing for America's foster youth. Representative Steve Womack and Secretary Scott Turner supported my efforts to implement this critical measure. Progress is not granted. You must be the composer. Embolden your influence in the community with a strong vision to the future. All 50 states are participating in the Presidential AI Challenge, and almost 3,000 schools nationwide joined the White House AI workshop. Our educators, students, and academic administrators understand the importance of mastering new technology. Over the past 2 months, America sat at the intersection of youth, technology, and education on a global stage. I'm honored to have had an opportunity to address the United Nations Security Council about the importance of peace through education. We are not here to prepare our children for yesterday's world. Be purposeful with your objectives and remember that AI accelerates everything. Leaders from almost 50 nations join me at the White House and the State Department for Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition Summit. Never before has the American First Lady welcomed so many leaders to the White House for diplomatic purpose in one day. I'm proud. I am proud that America's best technology companies, including Meta, Palantir, OpenAI, Adobe, Zoom Communications, X, and Microsoft, had the chance to advance our mission to empower children with technology and education. And of course, I completed the 4th reunification of Ukrainian and Russian children with their families. As you can imagine, this is not an easy feat. But I applaud leadership from both nations in working with my representative and me to bring love and safety back to each individual who has been displaced as a result of this horrible war. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve as First Lady, but understand that my persistence alone is not enough. Together, we can change people's lives for the better. Please join me in advancing the Be Best Fostering the Future initiative nationwide. America's children will ultimately protect our future freedom. Thank you.
First Lady Melania Trump wrapping up her remarks at the 113th Annual First Ladies Luncheon in Washington, D.C., talking about AI, talking about the Take It Down Act, talking about the work to reunite kids in Ukraine with their parents, the program continuing there at that luncheon. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Yes.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, tracking some breaking news here. First of all, want to give you a live look at this shooting scene in Apopka, where the Orange County Sheriff's Office is on the scene of a shooting that happened this morning. This is 200 block East 13th Street in Apopka. There was a man in his 50s found shot by what they've described as a known suspect. We're told that man, the victim, was taken to the hospital in critical condition. We're working to learn more about the suspect, but you see the crime scene there, a number of vehicles on the scene, a cruiser with its lights still going, and the yellow crime scene tape blowing in the wind there. Again, this is in Apopka in Orange County. We know investigators still on that scene. We are working to learn more about this, and we will bring you those updates as we get them. Another item of breaking news here this afternoon. As we now know that a special session, sorry, I'm reading this news release right now, this memo that just got from the Office of the Senate President in Tallahassee, Ben Albritton, announcing that the House and the Senate have come to an agreement on joint allocations I mentioned rumblings of this earlier today, that there may have been an agreement on those top line numbers, and there will be a special session on the budget set to begin Tuesday, May 12th and end Friday, May 29th. So May 12th, special session on the budget that's going to be called by the House and Senate leaders. I'm sorry I don't have these documents to show you right now because these just came into our newsroom. But it looks like the general revenue fund allocation is close to $52 billion. That's kind of that top headline number, with $476 million for administered funds and statewide issues, $560 million for transportation, tourism, and economic development, $568 million for state administration and general government, $1.38 billion for agriculture and natural resources, $6.68 billion for higher education, about $7 billion for justice, criminal and civil justice, $16.2 billion for pre-K through 12 education, and then $19.2 billion for healthcare, health and human services. So those are kind of the top line numbers there. Again, the special session going to run from May 12th through May 29th. That breaking news this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me also give you a live look right now at Kia Center in downtown Orlando, where the Orlando Magic going to be heading home this weekend. They've are tied 1-1 in the playoff series against the Detroit Pistons, but a tough loss last night. They were tied 46 at halftime against the Pistons in Game 2 of that series. A big Game 1 win, but then dropped it last night after the Pistons outscored the Magic 38-16 in the third quarter. So that the series is now tied as it moves back to Orlando. We heard from head coach Jamal Mosley and also players Jalen Suggs and Paolo Banchero after the game last night about that tough loss and how the Magic can get back on track at Kia Center in Game 3.
In the first half, I think they had 8-9 blocks. How strong was their interior defense, and how did your team respond to the overall physicality there?
I think we responded well to the physicality. I really do. I think they were doing just as much grabbing and holding, physical plays at the rim. I mean, that's the game. We said that is what it was going to be from the beginning of the series, and we embraced that. We accept it. Again, we had some great looks in that third quarter. Got downhill. They did a hell of a job at the rim, trying to keep us out of there. And our ability to knock some shots down in that moment it was key. Again, you got to give them credit for how they responded to the last game.
Coach, I know you mentioned obviously some nights shots just don't fall, and then you gave Detroit's defense credit as well, but how much of not being able to build an offensive rhythm throughout the game were some self-inflicted mistakes from the team?
I mean, that's part of the game. I think they did a heck of a job of reaching and grabbing a hold and turned us over a few times, and they were timely turnovers, timely plays. Again, you got to give them credit for how they came out, and they protected that paint and our ability to get downhill. So it'd be one thing if we weren't getting there, but we were getting downhill, and now it becomes part of the decision making once we do get into that paint because they do collapse it very well.
The series now shifts back to Orlando, tied at 1-1. What's the outlook heading back home?
It's great to get back home, in front of our fans, the best fans that we have. I think just our ability to come out with the right type of energy, the right focus, the right amount of physicality, understanding exactly how they're swinging and how they're punching from the beginning of the game. So we've got to make sure that we keep our minds right, keep our heads right, get our recovery the way we need to, and come out with a game plan for some of the things that they did tonight that they adjusted to that we'll have to adjust to as well.
Kind of to that point, you obviously want to win the game, but how important is it in a series that you didn't back down heading into the fourth, that you were still kind of grinding, trying to make it a game still?
Yeah, that's just, we're not backing down. It's not who we are. And especially in a series like this, in a game like this, and opponent like this, you're not backing down. They threw everything that they had, in that moment, and that the aggression, the physicality, all the plays in the game. That's part of it, and we knew that was coming, and that's what we embrace it. And when we go to Orlando, we've got to just make sure we exceed it.
Jamal, at times throughout the season, the third quarter has kind of been a struggle for you guys. Is there something you can change at halftime, talking to the guys to come out with more of a fire and try to rebound better in the third?
No, I don't think it was the fire. I think what it was and what Detroit did in that moment, I mean, they had been switching a lot of things up, the cross-matching, changing matchups. Again, we had a lot of good looks, and I'd say if it was something different, we had a lot of good looks and a lot of opportunities at it. They did a heck of a job of packing the paint all the way in, getting some blocks and deflections. We missed a few at the rim, which was able to lead to their break. So they were able to get the easy baskets in that moment, and we were struggling to battle to get downhill to attack. And then when we did have the open looks, we didn't knock them down, and that's the momentum swing.
How did you feel your team's ball movement and your passing compared to game one?
You got to go back and look at it. I think, Detroit did a heck of a job of heating us up, speeding us up a little bit, us getting downhill. The interior passes, a couple hands on the basketball. But, again, going back and we'll have to look at the film and see exactly where those openings were. Thank you.
As you look back at it, what kind of shifted for your group in that third quarter?
I think being faster, to dead the run. I think we were really good at that in game one. And we were solid at it throughout tonight until that third quarter. We just stayed in that low a little too long and let them grow the lead. So whether it be, getting better shots on offense or getting stops, during those stretches, we got to choose to do one at a high level. And we didn't do either, and they took advantage of it. So, we'll go back and learn from it. We saw the adjustments that they made, the ones that slowed us down and the ones that we liked. So, like I said, we'll watch it. We'll grow from it. Tough stretch. I think the first half was almost more important as that third. Really putting our foot to the pedal and getting it rolling and getting the lead. I think we let them stay in it too long, and then finally erupted.
Just kind of talking about that first half, there are a lot of kind of missed opportunities there with the missed free throws, the offensive rebounds that didn't lead to second chance points, turnovers that didn't lead to points. In a series like this against a defense that is capable of what Detroit's able to do, how much does it hurt to not be able to take advantage of those opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we got much higher. Last time I looked, I think we were shooting 31 from the field. It's hard to win a game like that against the best defense, the best offense, no matter who you're playing, especially in offs. Hard to win a game shooting like that. So we'll shoot better, we'll be better. I think just being a bit more crisp, a couple fast breaks where, we had a bobble, a couple good looks, that we didn't shoot with the utmost confidence or that we passed up. And then just not settling, for bad ones, continuing to be intentional about playing fast and find a great look every possession. But, that's why I think the first half was very important, too. I think we had some chances there to really push our lead, and, we did it.
Why do you think that they got so much momentum in the third quarter? That's given the extent of their run.
Yeah, I mean, home court advantage was great. Like I said, when you're going on those runs, it gets loud and it's easy to snowball. Way easier to do, at home than on the road. So props to them. They did it. They went on their run. They got the stops, and they were executing offensively. Like I said, I just think we got to be better, more intentional, as we were game one, on recognizing, when we are in that run where it is starting to get loud, come back, get a great look on our side, and then really lock in defensively, see if we can find a stop or two, maybe a kill, just to really kill the momentum, quiet the crowd down a little bit, and, get back to going back and forth.
Jalen, you mentioned home court advantage for Detroit. I guess as you get ready to get the home court advantage heading home, what's been encouraging? I mean, even coming off a loss off these two games so far?
I think we played solid. I think the third quarter, obviously, not an outlier because it happened and we gave it up. But other than that, I think we played really solid first half. Obviously, there's things to clean up. But like I said, coming on the road, you love to go 2-0. That would be ideal, perfect world. We came here and we got one. So going back home, knowing what the crowd's going to be like, knowing we have the energy on our side and that, from that standpoint, really coming out and taking advantage of that, throwing the first punch and being ready to hoop on Saturday.
Jalen, kind of going off that, I was standing in the tunnel when you guys were coming off, and I think you were the only one that really said anything. You said, we're straight, we're super straight. What gives you that confidence that you guys are able to bounce back after what happened here tonight?
Like I said, I liked what we saw. We saw their adjustments. That's not that you don't have any adjustments to make when you win, but when you lose, it's much easier to see things go back, switch some things up, come back into the next game with whatever you have decided your adjustments were. And like I said, I think they did a great job of it, and we saw them. I think that's what gives me the confidence. And I know how we rock at home. I know how Orlando rolls, especially come playoff time. So, like I said, we came here, we did what we were supposed to do. We got one. We're physical. We were in the games. Even today, like I said, they played well. They had the lead. I didn't feel like, we were super out of the game. I think we were still generating some pretty solid looks. Like I said, you shoot 31%. It's hard to beat anybody. And I think from the line, we were no better than someone like 65. So, and 3 was pretty low. So when you can't put the ball in the basket, shots don't fall. It gets tough. But I think we got some solid ones. I like we're going to go back and adjust. Like I said, when we get running, in the Amway or in the Kia Center, I'm sorry, been there a long time. When we get running in the Kia Center, see a blue in there, it's a different energy. So you got to be full of confidence going back.
Kind of building on that, this is a series. How important was it to kind of fight back, even just a small bit in that fourth quarter when maybe the game seemed out of reach, to just kind of get that feeling of being competitive with them and show them that you're not going to back down?
Yeah, it was big time. I think they know that. We know that. Like I said, those are all reps and chances to continue getting looks and continue getting rhythm. And again, I don't hate what we did tonight. It wasn't great. I think we got to be better on the offensive glass or on the defensive glass today. They were a bit better, and we knew that they were going to come out, with that intent, get some better shots. But then I think just stepping into them with full confidence, and I know everybody's going to feel good shooting the ball coming back home. So, it was a great fight from everybody. We stayed engaged. I thought the bench unit came in and did a really good job of being locked in, not only to the game plan, but just in the game enough to where you can come in and play some productive minutes. Jace, Noah, Jet, Mo Wagner, that whole second unit, Javon Carter, everyone that came in towards the end of the game did what they were supposed to do, got solid shots and played hard. So I'm proud of everybody in that sense. Time to get home, take care of our bodies. And like I said, Saturday at 1, Kia Center going to be rocking.
Yep. Time tonight.
What'd you say?
What changed after halftime in the third quarter when Detroit took the lead? What do you think led to that?
I think we just got a little disorganized offensively, and they started to try to speed us up with ball pressure and just not letting us get into what we was trying to get into. But I think it was more so us being not being on the same page to start the quarter, and they just took full advantage.
You think it was just a breakdown in communication that led to that, not being on the same page, or what do you think led to that?
Yeah, I think we just tried to get into some things that they blew up, and then defensively we gave up some buckets. They got a couple of turnovers, and yeah, just runs like that. You can't let happen on the road playoffs, but it is what it is.
What could you guys have done to not have it snowball to that unusual degree?
I think maybe trying to, it was an ugly game in the first half, pretty slow game. So trying to just slow it down offensively, be real intentional with what we want to do, and not allow them to get out and run off missed shots and turnovers. But like I said, got to give credit to them for rallying like that.
With the shooting struggles the whole team had, how difficult how difficult is it to kind of find confidence against a defense like that? Obviously, your defense was able to kind of keep you in the game throughout the first half, but how much more difficult is it when you get the good looks that you want in the paint or beyond the arc and they just don't go down?
Yeah, no, you got to give them credit. I thought we had some good looks in the first half. They met us at the rim a few times, and they brought the intensity on defense. But we got good looks, and nobody really had a great night shooting the ball. So not a game that you'd expect to win after looking at the stat sheet, but I would say it's nothing that's discouraging.
You mentioned it there, not being discouraged. What has been encouraging? Even in this loss, you still hold the Pistons to under 100, and you obviously took game 1, and now you get to head home. What are you taking away from these two?
Yeah, I think we, did our job getting one here on the road, and I think, our defense has been good, really solid. I think the one thing to take away back home is just, can't go through droughts like that and can't let them go on runs like that unanswered. So I think we'll learn from it.
Pal, how much of it is a complete flush of that third quarter for you guys versus what you can learn to make sure that doesn't happen?
Oh, no, yeah, you can't just flush it and act like, nothing happened. You got to go back and watch it, see what went wrong, both sides of the rock, and learn from it for sure. And, we know what type of series it's going to be. It's going to be an ugly, gritty series. And, you just can't let your guard down and let them go on runs like that.
How helpful is it to have been through 2 playoffs and now to be in your 4th year and your teammates to be more experienced as well, to kind of put one loss in perspective and not potentially let it affect Game 3?
Yeah, no, I mean, first 2 years we were down 2-0 in both of those series, and we responded very well at home. So I'm expecting nothing different. I'm excited to get home and play in front of the home crowd. They got to play 2 games in front of the home crowd. So, first 2 years we weren't able to win on the road. So, like I said, we stole a game. We were tied up in the first half, let it slip away in the third quarter. But just got to learn from it and get ready for Saturday.
It's obviously a team effort, but you mentioned on Sunday about being kind of a calming presence with this team. When a run like that is happening, what responsibility or what role do you play individually, or what role do you feel you need to have to kind of help calm the team down in those moments offensively or with your defense?
It starts with us all being on the same page on the court. I think that's where it starts. But obviously for me, just getting us good looks, whether it's a shot from me or a teammate, and just continuing to be aggressive and put pressure on the defense. Thought I could have been better tonight of just getting the ball in better spots. But like I said, it's one game. They went on a great run, and we're going to learn from it.
Game 3, Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock actually, Saturday afternoon at Kia Center in Orlando between the Magic and the Pistons. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live now to the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Hearing from lawmakers. This is Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota, speaking at this memorial ceremony as the war in Ukraine continues. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes.
Sometimes that involves making sure the resources are there to fight back. Sometimes that involves the resources that are there to work with our allies and make sure they're also stepping up. Sometimes that involves major diplomacy, but sometimes that involves 20,000 teddy bears, just so people understand what's happening there right now. I want to particularly thank our Minnesotans here, the Protez Foundation, and Yokov, who's here, that have helped so many Ukrainian soldiers, and they just sent surgeons over. They've done incredible work for people who have lost their limbs. They come to Minnesota, they get the help they need, and are able to go back to Ukraine. I also want to thank Maria Doan, the president of the Minnesota chapter of Ukrainian National Women's League of America. I got to join her at the Ukrainian fish fry in Minneapolis recently. It was an incredible group. So the work that have been done to shed light on this issue by the First Lady, by members of Congress. I got to go with a Ukrainian delegation to see none other than the Pope. To make the case in the Vatican and to thank them for the help they've given us, but also ask for more in the work that's done to have gotten these 2,000 kids returned. There I met 4 teenagers who had been really in captivity, taken from battlefields, taken from towns that had been blown out, kids that had lost both their parents, kids that were somehow able in Russia, in schools, to get cell phones behind closed doors and call what seemed inevitably to be their grandmas. And they would cross enemy lines, go get those kids, bring them back. One girl I remember in particular, when we first met for breakfast, she was kind of taking, as kids do, selfies, talking to her friends. But when she got in the Vatican and she told her story to the Pope and he gave her a rosary blessed by the Pope, she just started sobbing. Those tears were the tears of an entire nation and the tears of all Ukrainian Americans. In February, President Zelensky announced the milestone with the 2,000 children, but there is so much work to be done. That is why we are so proud to have passed this bill on a bipartisan basis to make sure that we get, that was announced, the $25 million to continue to track these kids. Finding 20,000 kids is not easy, and we are using modern technology with the Yale Lab and other places to track where they are. I will always go back to the words that President Zelensky stated the first day of the invasion, when everyone had counted out Ukraine, when no one thought they would be able to stand up to this superpower invading them, and Vladimir Putin. He said 3 words. He said, "We are here." And with this art installation, of 20,000 teddy bears, we again say, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the remarks and for all the work that Congress has done. And I would like next to invite the Senator Richard Blumenthal, please.
I have never met the Pope, but I have met the children of Ukraine. I have met children who have been abducted and kidnapped. In the course of my 10 trips, I've been to Ukraine 10 times since the beginning of this war. 10 times. And every time I have visited, what has inspired me, above all, is the courage and strength of the people of Ukraine. They will never be defeated. The people of Ukraine will never succumb to the brutality and bloodthirsty aggression of Vladimir Putin. What I saw in the eyes of those children who were kidnapped by Russian forces abducted from their homes, said to be orphans only because the Russians killed their parents, is the relief of return, but also the grief of the torture, emotional burdens that they will have throughout their lives. What Putin is doing to tens of thousands of children, more than 20,000, is a war crime. It is criminal. And that is why I am working for a bipartisan bill in the United States Congress that says we will declare Vladimir Putin a war criminal if he does not return those children now. Now. I will take this teddy bear with me when I go back to Ukraine in May for my 11th trip. I will go back to Ukraine with this teddy bear, not just in my pocket, but in my heart, with the image of these bears. You know the saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words? This picture is worth 1,000 words of your faith and your trust. And let me just say, finally, what Vladimir Putin is doing here is not trying to take territory alone. He's not trying to defeat a nation alone. He's trying to destroy a people. That is the purpose of abducting children, changing their names, re-educating them, killing their identities, if not the children themselves, making sure that they never grow up speaking their own language, knowing their own religion and culture. He is trying to destroy Ukraine in a way that harkens back to the 1930s and 1940s, when Ukraine almost was destroyed, and when the Nazis tried to destroy other peoples as well. I know about that time because my dad came here in 1935 at the age of 17 to escape that persecution in Germany. And what Vladimir Putin is doing today should enlist all of America, not only as a political and a legal challenge, but as a moral imperative. We must defeat Russia. We must make sure that Ukraine is preserved as a nation, as a people, as a culture. And I can tell you, the American people will be behind Ukraine. The American people will stand strong behind Ukraine. And I will never forget two things that Volodymyr Zelensky said when Biden offered him a chance to leave Ukraine. The Russians were literally about 10 kilometers away. He said, "Don't send helicopters, send ammunition." And the other thing that I will never forget, when I went to visit him the first time, it was in his bunker. There were no American diplomats in Ukraine. There were no American soldiers in Ukraine. America had withdrawn. America left President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people on their own. And we went back in the wake of the Ukrainian people pushing back the Russians. And I asked President Zelensky, "Do you think you'll be all right?" And he said, "In the end, it will be fine. And if it is not fine, it is not the end. In the end, Ukraine will be fine. But America needs to be behind Ukraine. We need a sanctions bill. We need more military aid. We need more economic assistance. America must do its part, and I call on the president down this mall, do your job. Stand for democracy. Stand with Ukraine. Join us and join these great people in standing with Ukraine. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you so much for the remarks, and I'd like to invite a person who's been championed in this issue since previous Congress, since the first time we learned about this issue. Please welcome Representative Michael McCall.
I want to thank my colleagues behind me. I want to thank the ambassador from Ukraine. What a courageous woman. Yes. Yeah, you can clap for her. She, so impressed with her. She told me she had to leave to attend a meeting with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and I told her to deliver the message, we need to put sanctions back on Russian energy now. I want to thank the ambassador for working with the First Lady to help return these children. The fight against Russian tyranny is really one that spanned generations, from the Donbass to the steppes to the Caucasus. People of many countries have resisted Russia's grasp for power, and I'm proud as an American to stand with them. For as a famous Ukrainian poet, Taras Shevchenko, wrote in his immortal poem, Kafkas, fight and you shall overcome. As we all know, the Russian Federation, has abducted at least 20,000 children. That's what we know of. I think the number is very much higher, probably 100,000. And some of these children's parents have been threatened into giving up their kids. They've been shipped to Russia. They've been stripped of their identities. They've been tortured. They've been forced to memorize propaganda and told that their country and their own families are the enemy. Yes, in some cases, they've been sent back to the front lines of the Russian-Ukraine conflict to fight against their own country. No book exemplifies this greater than The Last Lullaby that I just recently read. I would submit that to you. The story of just one female child that was abducted. It's time to end this now. The last time we saw this kind of barbarism was my father's war, when the Nazis kidnapped Polish children. I recently hosted a showing of the film Children in the Fire at the Capitol, and I encourage all of you to watch it to see firsthand the stories of these children that have been these holy innocents that have been abused and tortured. It's really evil in its purest form. As a father of 5, I cannot imagine my own children being subjected to this kind of evil. We must do this not just for Ukraine's sake, but for our own sake. That's why I introduced a resolution calling for any ceasefire agreement to include the return of these abducted children. I've also introduced a bipartisan Drought Act that the senators joined with us that requires targeted sanctions on anyone dealing in Russian oil. We have to have consequences to bad behavior, and the sanctions will provide that. I also call upon full implementation of the Repo Act that I passed that calls for Russian sanctioned assets to pay for the very war that they started. Make Russia pay for their crimes, for their war crimes. Russia attempted to re-engineer an entire generation into a battle plan. Make no mistake. And I think, as the senator mentioned, his plan is to go well beyond Ukraine. They are preparing children for a war with NATO itself. Winston Churchill once wrote in his book, The Gathering Storm, "There was never a war more easy to stop than that which has just wrecked what was left of the world from the previous struggle." He said, called World War II the unnecessary war. I often think about the blood and treasure that could have been saved for my father's generation had Chamberlain chosen to display strength rather than appeasement. And now we are faced with a similar choice. Our adversaries are working together to undermine our Western values, demean our democracy, and terrorize children around the globe. Evil is on the march. Now is a time for moral clarity on both sides of the aisle, and history will judge us by how we respond. I was proud to have authored and passed into law the emergency wartime supplemental bill that armed Ukraine against this Russian aggression, for without which Russia would be occupying Ukraine today. But today they are not. They are not. And what we were told was a 3-day war has turned into the beginning of a 5-year struggle. I admire the Ukraine strength. If you've ever seen a Ukrainian soldier in battle, there's nothing quite like it. And it's quite scary, and I love it. At the end of the day, we are on the right side of history. As I said to my colleagues on the floor that day, you have to ask yourself the question, am I a Chamberlain or am I Churchill? We are all Churchill today. And we will win this fight at the end of the day. So let me end by saying glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much for the passionate speech, and we are so blessed to have representatives from both chambers and both parties. Please welcome the Representative Jamie Raskin.
Thank you very much. It's hot here in D.C., but I like to say on Capitol Hill, it's not the heat, it's the stupidity. And it is the stupidity of not placing this issue at the very top of the public agenda. We've got to get the kids back. We've got to get the kids back. And I want to just start by thanking the brave people of Ukraine and President Zelensky for standing up for democracy, freedom, and human rights all over the world in their fight against Vladimir Putin, in their fight against Russia. And we must always be grateful to them for what they are doing, taking on unimaginable hardships and difficulties. And one of them is what we're here to talk about today. You know, I was thinking about the one time our 3 kids lobbied us to go to Disney World. And we went to Disney World, and you know, for the kids, it's just like a transcendental experience to be in Disney World. And we were at dinner, and suddenly one of them got lost. And for about 10 or maybe 12 minutes, we could not find our child. That I can remember those 10 or 12 minutes like it happened yesterday. It was so painful, it was so terrifying and so scary. I cannot imagine what the moms and dads and uncles and aunts and grandparents and siblings must feel like in Ukraine. We must share their anguish and their pain. We must get those kids back. To kidnap children in the middle of a military conflict is a blatant violation of human rights law. It's a blatant violation of international humanitarian law, the laws of war. It is a war crime, and if it's done intentionally in order to vanquish a people, it is part of the proof for genocide. So I just want to say that the American people stand with the Ukrainian people. We take to heart the message of the 20,000 teddy bears, which are up here. And teddy bears, I will say, are named after an American president, Teddy Roosevelt. Let these teddy bears be another symbol of the friendship and the solidarity between our two countries. And those of us in America, let us take heart, let us take example from the people of Ukraine. We must fight for complete, total sanctions against Russia and Vladimir Putin for what they're doing in Ukraine. And if all this weren't bad enough, they're taking Iran's side in Donald Trump's war against Iran. So maybe that will prompt the White House to get more engaged with this issue. We're calling on everyone of conscience across America and everyone of conscience in the Trump administration to take action today to get the kids of Ukraine back to their families. Thank you.
Several members of Congress speaking at this event, the ceremony unveiling that art installation, the thousands of teddy bears along the National Mall representing the thousands of abducted Ukrainian children, and these lawmakers calling for Russia to return those abducted Ukrainian children. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live inside this courtroom in Tampa, where it is day 2 right now of the Julio Foolio murder trial. 4 defendants currently on trial, facing charges in connection with the death of that Jacksonville rapper in Tampa back in 2024. The 4 suspects on trial right now: Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, and Isaiah Chance. So let's go ahead and listen in this afternoon as this trial continues.
Accompanying him that evening.
I know of her, but I don't really know her.
Did you know another, well, let me move on. So you said you were there for a while, almost an hour or more than an hour?
Yes.
During the time you were there, Mr. Norris, did any issues or problems with anyone?
No, sir.
Any fights, anything like that?
No, sir.
Anyone threatening any of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Then at some point you all leave?
Yes.
And when you leave, do you again travel in the Dodge Charger or in some other vehicle?
The same car, the Dodge Charger.
And who's driving this time?
Zay was still driving.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Yeah, he was still in the passenger seat.
So when you leave Teasers, and did the other folks leave? Taifa and Armani and her cousin?
Yeah, we all went to the next club.
Went to the next club, okay. Did you know why you were going to the next club? Just
that club, it was like boring, so we just went somewhere else.
okay. Still celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Do you happen to know how old he was turning?
26.
26? When you got to the second club, did you all, after arriving there at some point, go inside?
Yes.
Do you remember if that required you all to go up any stairs or steps?
Yes.
Do you remember if Mr. Jones was doing anything with his phone, if he was live streaming or doing anything like that?
Yeah, he was recording a video.
He was recording a video? Did you ever see that?
Yes.
You all go into that club. What do you all do in that club?
We just party.
Just hung out?
Yes.
How long do you remember how long you were at that club?
We'll probably end up at like about 2 hours.
Till about 12?
I said about 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours. I'm sorry. At some point, do you leave?
Yes.
Do you know where you all went? Do you remember where you went?
Yeah, we went to the hotel.
Okay, so at that point, you all were just going to call it a night?
Yeah.
So when you left there, what car did you drive in, or what car were you in?
Same Dodge Charger.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
So Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Still in the passenger seat.
So would that be the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Where were you sitting in the car?
I was in the back seat.
Back seat, okay. And you said you all went to the hotel?
Yes.
When you arrived at the hotel, do you remember pulling up in front of the entrance to the hotel?
Yes.
At some point during this time period, were you getting groggy or sleepy?
Yes.
And did you fall asleep at some point?
I fell asleep in the bed.
So did you fall asleep on the way there or right after getting there, or when?
Right after getting there.
Okay. Do you remember if Charles Jones went into the hotel?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, went in. Then they saying like we couldn't get a room, and we came back in the car, and they were looking for hotels, and I not fall asleep.
Okay. Were they looking for hotels on their phones?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones in the front passenger seat again?
Yes.
Between the time that you got to Teasers and up to this point, did you have any reason to believe anyone was following you?
No, sir.
Or anyone was surveilling or watching you?
No, sir.
Do you remember at some point waking up or being woke up?
After the shooting is when I woke up.
Okay. Do you remember, or did you ever figure out what woke you up? Was it movement or noise?
The car had hit something and that woke me up.
When you woke up, still in the back seat?
Yes.
What did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. And then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I saw Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Did you realize when you woke up that you were no longer sitting in front of the hotel?
Yeah.
After you woke up and you see Mr. Jones and, well, let me ask you, is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he's gone.
He's gone? Okay. And when you saw Xavier with blood on him and you saw the window, the condition of the window, did you put all that together?
Yes, at first I thought we got in the car accident until I saw that.
You thought you got into a car accident?
Yeah, before I looked up, it saw like the bullet holes in the blood I thought it was that.
When you saw that, the bullet holes and the blood and the condition of your friend, what did you think at that point about your own safety, if anything?
Just trying to stay alive.
Just trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you and Xavier Edwards leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Was Mr. Edwards saying anything to you?
It was just him get out and come to the hotel.
He was telling you to get out of the car?
Yeah.
At that point, having seen the bullet holes through the windshield, did you have any idea where the people that had done that, where they were?
No, that's why we had ended up getting out of the car.
And you said you went into a hotel?
Yes.
Did you have to walk to the hotel or run there?
We had ran.
Okay. And did you go into the main entrance of the hotel?
Yes.
When you got into the hotel, what did you do?
We were trying to get help.
Did you find any employees when you went into the lobby?
No, sir.
Were you saying anything to try to get help?
We were screaming out for help.
Just screaming for help?
Yeah.
Did anyone respond or help?
No, sir.
Once you were in the lobby, where did you go?
Like knocking the doors, trying to ask for help. Then we ended up going to like the third floor because we didn't know if people were still there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said we ended up getting on the elevator to go to the third floor because I don't know if they would have followed us there or not, so we just went on the third floor.
Okay. Before you get on the elevators, do you walk by any doors or any rooms in the hotel?
Yes.
Do you try to knock or get into those rooms?
Yes. We tried to knock on the door to ask for help.
But nobody responded?
Nobody responded.
So you and Xavier go up an elevator?
Yes, sir.
At that point, what kind of condition is Xavier in?
He's bleeding real bad, but he ended up falling against the wall. Like he felt like he finna die. He kept begging me not to let him die.
He was begging you not to let him die?
Yeah.
You said that you realized when you got into the hotel that you had been shot. When did you come to that realization? Was it in the lobby or once you were on the elevator?
When we got to the third floor, when he fell against the wall, he told me to check his head and make sure he didn't get hit in his head because he was bleeding a lot from his head. And when I looked down, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. But, okay, me back up. So Mr. Edwards is asking you to check his head, you said?
Yes.
Because he's bleeding from his head.
Yes.
And you ended up seeing that you had been shot.
Yes.
Where were you shot?
My right arm.
Your right arm? What part of your right arm?
The upper.
The upper part?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Edwards end up on the floor at some point? Or did you sit down or lay down?
He, when he fell against the wall, he was like on the floor, but I ain't really get on the floor till the police came.
Okay. What caused you to get on the floor?
The police made us get on the floor.
They made you get on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender States Exhibit 91 and Exhibit 25 A through D. That's 25 Alpha through Delta, and States Exhibit 91. Tender for admission. 91 is in, counsel? Okay, thank you.
So to 25A through D, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Zanardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing States 91. Mr. Norris, I just want you to take a look at this. Does that photograph depict how the position you and Mr. Edwards were in when the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay, now, on Mr. Edwards, is that blood on his face? I know that's not very good. Let me try to do something here. See if that helps. Can you see blood on his face?
Yes.
Okay. And your shirt was an all-white shirt?
Yes.
But the red now on the shoulder, is that blood?
Yes.
Did the police contact Tampa Fire Rescue or some EMT or paramedic that came to assist you?
Yes.
And were you and Mr. Edwards both taken out of the hotel on gurneys?
Yes.
Were you taken to a local hospital here in Tampa?
Yes.
Do you remember law enforcement, police officers coming there to talk to you?
Yes.
It'll probably states 25A. Is that you, Mr. Norris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. B. Do you recall, did they give you pain medication?
Yes, sir.
25C is in Charlie. Let me orient it this way. Is that you laying in a hospital bed or in the emergency room?
Yes.
D is in Delta. And a close-up of the wound to your arm. Let me ask you, how long were you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
I ain't leave till about 11 because I had to wait for my parents, wait for my dad to come up to pick me up.
Okay. Was that the next day? Or how many days were you there in the hospital?
I got out a couple hours after.
A couple hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned your father. Does he live in Jacksonville?
Yes.
So he traveled here from Jacksonville to come help you?
Yes.
And when he got you out of the hospital, did you all go back to Jacksonville that day?
Yes.
So I want to go back to the the Airbnb and the party, so the beginning of the birthday party that night before you go to the clubs, while at the Airbnb, did you drink any alcohol?
I took one shot.
One shot?
Yes.
And then after getting to Teasers, did you have anything to drink at Teasers?
No, I wasn't a drinker then. That's like the only time I drunk.
I'm sorry?
So I wasn't a drinker then. That one shot, like the only shot I had took.
Okay. That's the only alcohol you had that night?
Yes.
Being that you were asleep during the shooting itself, did you ever see the people who were doing the shooting?
No, sir.
You got anything else? Okay. I'll tender the witness, Sean. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Norris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Norris, I think you've told us that you knew Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, since for about 10 years, correct?
Yes.
And you knew him very well.
Yes.
You saw him all the time. You spoke to him pretty much daily, correct?
Yes.
And you also know Tata because he's your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That'd be Tapia McCray.
Yes.
Okay. And you know Kenny Capps as well, correct?
Yes.
And you know.
Your Honor, I just asked if counsel can identify who that is he's speaking about.
Yeah, is Kenny Capps a nickname, or is that the full name, or?
No, Judge, that would be.
That's Robert.
I'm sorry?
Robert.
Robert Howard, correct?
He knows him as Kenny Capps?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And what about Xavier Edwards, 55? You know 55?
Yes.
Do you also know him in other circles as Omerta?
That's the right name. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Jones and the other gentleman that I named, they are part of 6 Block, correct?
You said part of say it again.
6 Block. 6 Block is a gang.
I
Are
don't
you
know
aware
if
of
it was
that?
a gang. Not it was a gang. No.
Okay, so you're not aware of 6 Block.
I haven't singing the songs now, but I don't know about it being a gang.
And I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand your question, if you don't mind.
I say I heard in songs, but I know that it's like a gang. No, I don't know if it's a gang.
So you're telling me you only heard it in a song?
I'm saying I hear the song, but I'm saying I don't know that it's a gang. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What is it you know it as?
I'm saying they were singing the songs and stuff.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. You knew it because you heard it in songs, but you didn't know it as a gang?
Yes.
Is that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes.
Okay. And did you listen to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's music?
Yes.
Okay. Did you listen to other drill rappers' music?
Yes.
There are lots of drill rappers.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'll overrule at this point, but go ahead.
There are a number of different drill rappers, correct?
Yes.
And they all pretty much sing about the same thing, correct?
Yes.
when you came to Tampa, Mr. Norris, did you?
We've been listening to some testimony there in Hillsborough County as the trial continues involving the murder of rapper Julio Foolio, who was shot and killed in an ambush-style killing in Tampa back in 2024. But he was not the only person who was shot. Multiple victims also hit by gunfire in that, I think 4. We are hearing testimony this afternoon from one of those other victims talking about that shooting and what they remember from that night. You heard that a few minutes ago. Now they're going through some of the cross-examination. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back, though, at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience on Florida Live as well. And we're going to get an update for you on this shooting out of Apopka in Orange County that we've been following this afternoon. Some new details on that just into our newsroom. So we're going to check in with Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who has been following up on this, been out at that scene for hours now. So we'll have an update on that. Keep it right here.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35. It's 2 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, we appreciate it. It's been a busy last few hours of live streaming on our digital platforms. I want to let you know some of what we've got coming up for you this hour here on Florida Live. We are counting down to the NFL Draft, the first round starting tonight. Going to be talking about the Bucs, going to be talking about the Jags coming up in just a little bit, what you can expect from them. Governor Ron DeSantis in Kissimmee earlier today, and one of the things he talked a lot about was property taxes. That has kind of been sound like a little bit on the back burner, not certainly top of mind when it comes to issues in Tallahassee because of the issues over redistricting and getting a budget passed. But Governor DeSantis saying he still believes he'll be able to get something on the ballot for you to vote on this fall. Also, we are following up on the latest with Alligator Alcatraz and the legal battles surrounding that immigrant detention facility in Southwest Florida. But we begin this afternoon by checking in and getting some new details on a shooting investigation that we've been following throughout the day out of Orange County. So I want to bring in Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who joins us now live from this scene. And Alexis, I know you have some new details just into our newsroom about the status of this investigation.
Well, Garrett, we just learned moments ago that that suspect was taken into custody. We don't have his identity or their identity just yet, but deputies are still out here on scene actively investigating this shooting. Now, I want to kind of walk you through what we've been able to see so far. They've got this area all blocked off with crime scene tape, and they've been searching the area. They've been looking for evidence. They've been kind of focusing in the area by this gray house. Not sure if you can see that, but they've been out here for hours working to learn more about this shooting. What we do know is that deputies say that a man in his 50s was shot. Right now, we know that he was taken to the hospital and is in critical condition. Now, this happened around 9:30 this morning, and we, again, just learned from the sheriff's office that a suspect in this was taken into custody. I've been trying to talk to some folks, some neighbors out here. I did speak with one woman who says that she knows that victim. She says that she got a phone call this morning and she kind of dropped everything and ran out here to try to figure out what happened. She said she saw him lying on the ground next to his truck. But we're still working to learn the circumstances surrounding the shooting and kind of what led up to it at this point.
All right. And where in Orange County are you? I know Apopka, but the street you're on, the neighborhood you're in, where is this?
So this is East 13th Street in Apopka. They're residential area. Neighbors out here tell me that it's typically pretty quiet, so something like this to happen in their community, they say is pretty shocking.
And still very much an active scene as we see there, the crime scene tape, all of that. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, we appreciate you joining us live this afternoon here on Florida Live and bringing us the latest on that.
Thanks, Garrett.
We'll keep you updated as we get more information on that case as well. Meanwhile, we are also following up today on a decision by an appeals court making a ruling that Alligator Alcatraz can stay open right now as challenges against it continue to move forward in court. Had the chance earlier to chat with a reporter from the Miami Herald, Churchill Donwee, who has been following these legal challenges and talks with us about the takeaways from the judge's decision here and what the impact and ramifications are as these challenges move forward. So first, just kind of walk us through the judge's decision, what they said their reasoning was here, and kind of how this, what this means.
Yes. So to just give some background, this case was started all the way back in June of last year. Back in August, a district judge had put in an order that sort of barred the state from bringing new detainees at Alligator Alcatraz and also had stopped new construction of the site. Immediately right after the judge's order, the state filed this appeal. And so for the past couple of months, they've been filing all these briefs. And last month, they had the arguments around it. And the decision came in this week, which sort of says Alligator Alcatraz stays open. It boils down to a couple of facts. One is that though the state has continued to argue that it operates the site, that there's less federal involvement. And that is what the appellate courts were looking at into is how much of the federal government federal government is involved in controlling the site. And in Williams's old order, she had pointed to the fact that the federal government had promised to give DeSantis administration funding for this site. But since then, there's been a back and forth about, did they get money? Did they not get money? At some point, that funding was put on hold. And so the federal judges looked at that and said, well, based off the fact that Florida hasn't received any federal funds, that means that there's less control. And so that's part of the reason. Another component of this that the judges looked at was this the part of the law that says that, the judicial branch cannot really bar the DHS secretary from carrying out his duties of immigration enforcement. And so those were sort of the two key things that they looked at.
Any reaction from the group that has been part of this suit to begin with, that has been pushing and fighting to get it shut down?
Yes, I mean, Friends of the Everglades and the Miccosukee tribes are sort of the two main, and there are other environmental groups involved. And for context for your audience, this case is still very much in a very, very early stage. The preliminary injunction was put in place at a very early stage of the case in the district court. And so this is just only getting started. They still have to go through this process now of discovery and eventually go to trial. And so to the reaction that the groups have said is, no, this is just the early start. They will continue to fight on this issue. And as I mentioned, again, very early, very, very early stages.
Yeah, and so that's a good point. And so what happens now as this continues to kind of move forward and work its way through? Because, nothing is settled yet with this on the actual kind of merits of the case.
Yeah, so going forward, there's a couple of things that the environmental groups and the Miccosukee tribe have the option to file for a rehearing with the appellate court. That is their decision. I have no idea if they're going to do that or not. If they do, then that sort of takes the case back to the appellate court. But if they don't, that takes the case back to the district court, and the case will move forward as usual. So the next phase of this will be, discovery, and right after that, they'll go through sort of actual trials, which the argument here is, did the state and the federal government not follow federal environmental regulation rules when they were trying to build out Alligator Alcatraz?
And for additional context here too, Churchill, I mean, this is just one of a number of challenges that this detention center has faced.
Yes. This is one of, it used to be 3 cases, but now it's boiled down to 2 cases. So this is the environmental regulation review assessment case is one thing. On the other end, there is another case brought on by the ACLU for detainees at Alligator Alcatraz who are saying that their First Amendment rights are being violated by the state and the federal government. They're saying that they don't have, appropriate access to their lawyers. That case itself also, there was a preliminary injunction filed, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago for that case, where the judge in the Middle District of Florida said that the state, one, had to provide more cell phones or phone access to detainees at Alligator Alcatraz. She's also ordered that the state grant right now for a lawyer to access their client at Alligator Alcatraz, they had to fill out this pre-appointment scheduling form that they go back and forth with the facility on. But she said no longer that. So you could show up as a lawyer to Alligator Alcatraz on an unscheduled visit and being able to see your client. That was another component of it. And then she also increased the number of phones that each detainee would have. I believe she says, 1 phone per 25 detainees. And right now, when I believe there are about 1,300 detainees at the site. And then also she sort of required that, all of the rules and all of the procedures that the detainees need to follow when it comes to contacting their attorneys need to be posted visibly within the facility, and also has to be in the language of Spanish and on Haitian Creole. That immediately after the order, similar to this case we were talking about earlier in the environmental review, the state filed a notice that it was going to appeal that decision. And also, so we'll be back again to the 11th Circuit Court very soon.
So folks watching this and kind of following these different challenges and the operations going on there, what's the main thing we need to be kind of watching for next in all these developments?
Yeah, I think one is the first case. I think if the case goes back to the appellate court for rehearing, what does that mean? I think that's going to have an interesting twist to it. With the First Amendment case, I think, they're still sort of in the what becomes of that rehearing at the appellate court. I think that's something to watch for. The state has said they have been following and complying with the order from the judge, but at the same time, they're saying that order was a little bit burdensome and with the recent filing. So there's sort of this back and forth play here that we need to watch. When it comes to this, I know folks, the site being shut down, again, that is still a question in the air that we all will watch outplay.
Miami Herald reporter Churchill Donwe, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and breaking all this down for us.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And we're going to go now to Fox 13 Tampa Bay, and senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a new probable cause affidavit is revealing what an ex-minor league baseball player was thinking moments after a deadly hit-and-run crash that claimed the life of a father of four in Manatee County earlier this week. So we're told that Jonathan Matos Morales, he is the man charged with vehicular homicide and leaving the scene, told investigators that he was scared and frustrated following the collision. He explained that he was driving to baseball practice from his girlfriend's home in Wesley Chapel when the crash occurred. He claimed he was running a few minutes late, and he tried to change lanes to avoid a vehicle that appeared to brake check him. Now, he told troopers that he steered to the right to avoid a collision. At that point, he hit another vehicle, which in turn struck a semi-truck, and that's when he became frightened because that semi-truck ended up, the driver tried to overcorrect, and it ended up flipping over, sliding across all lanes of I-75 on its side. And Matos Morales admitted that he considered calling 911, but he said he was scared to speak with law enforcement and he sped away. Instead, according to this affidavit, he called his girlfriend and claimed that he had been tapped by another vehicle. Now, even after learning from social media and his mother that the crash had turned fatal for that truck driver, Matos Morales did not contact authorities. In fact, it was officials with the Braves who contacted law enforcement after finding his damaged Mustang in their compound parking lot. You know, troopers say this incident began when that Ford Mustang, driven by Matos Morales, was seen weaving through traffic on early Monday morning. This crash happened around 6:30 a.m. It sideswiped a Chevy Trailblazer, sending that SUV into the path of the semi-truck. Now, that semi-truck was driven by 34-year-old Stevan Albert Facey. He overturned across the highway, and he ended up dying at the scene. Again, he was the father of four children. And court records indicate that Matos Morales has since bonded out of jail. Garrett?
All right, a sad situation, a scary scene. You know, we've seen that video, but the crash is one thing, and then leaving the scene, a whole nother situation, and obviously very serious charges that he is now facing. Talk to us about this story. Obviously, following up on the death of Major Cody Cork, but finding new ways for those who knew him to memorialize him and remember his life and legacy.
Yes, friends and family of Major Cody Cork gathered yesterday at Florida Southern College. They say this is where his journey first began. They gathered yesterday to ensure that his impact will carry on for future generations. Now, again, Major Cody Cork was 35 years old when he was killed in an Iranian drone strike on a U.S. base in Kuwait earlier this year. And following his death, he was posthumously promoted to the rank of major. Those who knew him say his path to service began on the Florida Southern College campus, where he first developed the leadership skills that would carry throughout his career. Now, yesterday, the ROTC community returned to that same campus to honor his life of service and sacrifice. At Patriots Place, beneath the American flag, a brick now bears his name. His family says his true strength was found in his character and the way he treated others. They describe him as a man who believed in the power of small acts of kindness and inclusivity. Now, to ensure his impact continues, the Major Cody A. Cork 14 Endowed ROTC Scholarship has been established at Florida Southern College. The fund has already raised more than $160,000 from over 250 donors, and it will provide one cadet each year with coverage for room, board, and educational expenses. Additionally, a conference room on campus has been dedicated in his honor, serving as a space where future leaders will meet to learn and grow. Now, during Wednesday's ceremony, military leaders, friends, and family shared stories of his life, while state legislatures presented the family with American flags. His family says this outpouring of support provides them with strength and comfort. They also reflected on the emotional procession through Polk County that took place before he was laid to rest, noting that seeing the community unite for a hometown hero touched their souls. They remain deeply grateful for the way their neighbors came together to support them during their darkest days. Garrett.
Well, it's a neat way to remember him, and that's great that so many people have already contributed to that scholarship fund. I mean, that's certainly good. Good to see. After everything, a good way to honor him. That's for sure. Finally, in our Tampa connection, we are counting down to the NFL draft and some fun ways to celebrate that in Tampa tonight, starting tonight as well.
Yes, Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans, they are going to be able to watch the NFL draft and also celebrate this year. That's because the team is hosting two major fan experiences across the Bay Area, bringing draft night excitement from downtown St. Petersburg to the Gulf beaches. The first ever Buccaneers draft block party will take over Central Avenue in downtown St. Petersburg, and this event is free and it begins at 7 p.m., which is 1 hour before the draft kicks off. Fans can enjoy a large outdoor viewing setup, games, food trucks, and appearances from team legends and personalities. No tickets are required for the event, which is designed to be a high-energy atmosphere as the picks are announced. Now, for those who are looking for a different vibe, the Bucks Beach Bash at the Tradewinds Resort offers a full weekend escape. It runs from today through April 26th, and the event combines draft watch parties with a vacation-style setting. Guests can enjoy live entertainment, fan games, and a concert from Uncle Kracker. Now, attendees can participate in cornhole tournaments and trivia contests, while VIP packages are available featuring premium access, drink vouchers, and team gear. Now, all eyes will be on pick number 15 when Tampa Bay officially goes on the clock. Many analysts expect the team to target the defense, specifically looking for an edge rusher or inside linebacker to address the team's pass rush. Now, General Manager Jason Light has kept his options open, balancing immediate needs with long-term planning, and that unpredictability is expected to add to the excitement for fans watching this all together in real time. Garrett?
It's always a good time. Love the energy of the NFL draft, and the Buccaneers certainly have some improvements that they need to make. There's no doubt about that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll give you a live look right now. This is Pittsburg, Pennsylvania, where the NFL draft set to kick off tonight. Noah, 78 degrees there. Just about the same temperature we're dealing with here in Central Florida this afternoon.
They got Roger got good fortune this year with the weather in Pittsburgh. An outdoor multi-day event in Pittsburgh. Could have gone sideways, but I think it's gonna be sunny there every day, so it's great.
Wow. You never know.
Yeah,
You're rolling the dice. I mean, we saw it in Green Bay a couple years ago, or whenever that was, and not quite 78 degrees.
Well, that's a big reason why they don't do the Super Bowls up north anymore. I mean, the last one was in New Jersey. Is the weather? You have an NFL team you're rooting for tonight?
I am a Broncos fan by marriage.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
that's how that works.
Do you have the shirt? I married into this. We need to get you that shirt.
I need that.
That'd be good.
What about you?
Giants fan. So hopefully things are looking up. It's been 10, 15 years of doom and gloom. So just to be relevant again is nice,
Yeah.
But the weather up there is great. And the weather really, much of the eastern United States, Garrett, it's really warm. I mean, it's not just here. I mean, in fact, it's warmer, I think, in Chicago than it is here right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's not something you can say very often, probably.
No, but it tells you that we're firmly in spring, probably later spring, and that means there's going to be a lot of severe weather in those places over the next couple of weeks. But the big story for us continues to be drought. In fact, we have a really substantial drought across a good part of Florida, and that drought is not going to go anywhere. In fact, more of the state is in extreme and exceptional drought than we had last week, and that is not a trend that we like to see, and sadly it's going to continue. The only places that are decently well off is like Brevard down through Indian River and West Palm Beach areas, but I mean at this point we need like a solid foot of rain over the next month, 3 months to break out of this drought. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Now, the interesting thing is that a few weeks ago we saw the burn bans come down, and then they got re-added. And we're seeing them get re-added across Central Florida. So all the counties shaded in red. Any burning should not be occurring because it's too dangerous. Even if you get one ember onto the ground or grass, and it could cause a wildfire. So burn bans are to not be taken lightly, and basically in effect for all of the area outside of the beaches and the I-95 counties. And there's the fires. Now, every red square is a fire. Now notice the little arrows. The winds are still from the east. As we get into the weekend, the winds are going to come around to the south, and that's going to help to warm things up as we get into Sunday, and especially early next week. And I think we'll get into the 90s definitely next week. But yeah, some of those fires still pushing a lot of smoke. You can see it pushing the smoke to the northwest. The one in Levy County is still very large. In fact, it's I believe it's 1,600 acres, and it's about 30% contained. Now, the interesting thing will be as the wind comes to the southwest by Sunday, places like Ocala, Palm Coast, Daytona, you might actually smell smoke, especially early and late in the day, because the winds are blowing out from the east, so that smoke is going away from our area. But by Sunday, the winds are going to flip direction, so especially early and late in the day, you might notice there being some smoke and haze in the air. Now, the big change for next week is going to be a jump in temperature, and as we get a jump in temperature, there'll be a lot of severe weather to our north. Places like Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee really haven't seen a lot of severe weather this spring. In fact, it's been an interesting spring of weather. The three notes would be that Florida has been remarkably dry, as we know. Severe weather has been oddly quiet and absent in notably Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, places where you always see severe weather. Then places like Wisconsin and Minnesota have had more than their annual average tornadoes in just April this year. Yeah, Wisconsin's had, I was talking with one of our colleagues at our Fox sister station in Milwaukee, and they've had 25 tornadoes in the first 3 weeks of April, like actual tornadoes in the state. They only average 23 in a year. So the spring has been really kind of all over the place. There's been severe weather in places that don't normally get it. There hasn't been any where they normally get it. And then here in Florida, it's just been the absence of weather. Other than that one little 3-day spell, you remember with the wind on the beaches, there really hasn't been anything. So at some point, this will all flip back around and average back out. But for here and right now, it's still just sunny and dry. There's a teeny chance of a sprinkle today, but really for heading out through the evening, temperatures are going to be fine, probably down into the mid-60s. There's a small chance, maybe tomorrow, of a random PM shower, but oftentimes the computer models overestimate rain when the air is really dry. And the air is really dry right now. I was looking at some of the weather balloons that the Weather Service sends up at their offices, and the whole atmosphere is just super dry. So it's going to take a while till we can really get a lot of rain chances here. Now, the interesting thing is if you look to our southwest, there actually is a big cluster of rain in the southeastern Gulf, like a lot of rain, that's going to miss us to the south. It's actually going to pour in the Keys, Cuba, into the Bahamas over the next few days. So not often that we miss a batch of rain like that. It's going to scoop under and around Florida over the next couple of days. So if you happen to be heading to South Florida for the weekend, a lot more rain, or in the Bahamas if you're hopping on a cruise, a lot more rain into the Bahamas. It's been actually kind of a crummy spring for cruisers, believe it or not. I've been reading some cruise magazines. There's been a lot of these fronts hung up in the Caribbean. There's been a lot of rain in the Caribbean islands so far this spring. Also partly why the water is cooler than normal going into hurricane season. All right, so yeah, there's the high pressure to the east, and we're just going to slowly warm up. That's the headline. And as the winds come out of the south a little bit more this weekend, we'll introduce just a small chance of a pop-up shower. But Garrett, it really doesn't look like anything major anytime soon. I mean, next week we'll probably be in the 90s. But, you know, it's not unheard of to have drought here. Just to the extreme that it is in Florida is, you know, drought happens every spring. It's like hurricane season. Some are bad, some are not bad. But this one's definitely, this drought is definitely up there. I mean, I think if the year ended today, it would be in the top 10 for acres burnt in Florida. And we're only at April.
Well, it wasn't a good sign when we were already heading into the dry season at a deficit.
Correct. And, you know, there's no sign when it will end. You know, if, gosh forbid, it doesn't really start till July, there'll be even more fires into June. We haven't really had a lot in our area yet. It's been other parts of Florida. So, you know, still a ways to go till the story's done.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Going to take a quick break right now, give you a live look over downtown Orlando. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. An update out of Tallahassee. We brought this to you as breaking news earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, but wanted to talk a little bit more about it. We now know that a special session has been called, a second special session has been called for May 12th for lawmakers in Tallahassee to get together and hash out a budget. This is able to happen after negotiators between the House and the Senate came to an agreement on what they call the allocations, those top-level numbers that kind of set out the allocations for each program area in the budget. Let me show you that document right now. Actually, this is what we got from the Senate and the House today in a memo that they sent to their members. You can see total budget close to $52 billion. And there's the breakdown of those allocations. So now that those allocations have been agreed to, lawmakers will be able to meet in a conference and hash out what that looks like, what beyond that, and many of the priorities inside those different programs. So that special session has been set for May 12th and is scheduled to end by May 29th. So it could be a several-week process there in Tallahassee as lawmakers work to come to a budget deal. The one thing that they have to do and the thing that they have not yet done. There is also a special session set for next week on redistricting. We talked a lot about that yesterday and some of the interesting dynamics at play with that. One of the other big topics that hasn't been tackled yet is property taxes. And Governor DeSantis was in Kissimmee earlier today holding a news conference where he was talking about VPK. But he also talked quite a bit about property taxes and said he still believes that lawmakers can pass something to have an issue on the ballot for voters to vote on a constitutional amendment this November. Here's what he said about this. This was earlier today in Kissimmee.
Property tax, I mean, you know, I get asked and I give the answer, and then people are like, oh, they're not ready. So you got to vote for it on the ballot in November because it's local. We don't get property tax revenue at the state level. If it was a state revenue source, I could just ask the legislature to do it in the legislature, right? So it's got to go to voters, and the way you get it to voters is the legislature has to put that on the ballot, and you need 60% of each house to do that. That has to be done by August 1st. And then it goes on the ballot, and you guys get to vote in November. So it will not happen before the November election. There are mechanisms where you can do a special election, but you need 3/4 of each house, and we don't have those votes to be able to do that. And so November is the time, and then people say, well, I didn't want to do it in the regular session because there's a lot of other issues that float around. I know they're working on the budget. They got to do the maps. They got to do some of these other things. And so when that dust clears, I think we'll be in great shape to be able to do it. There will be something on the ballot. The question is what are 3/5 of each house willing to put on the ballot, and how is that going to be structured and everything? But look at this, and this is just crazy because when you say property, oh, you can't do property tax. We're not going to have schools. We're not going to have police. So in 2019, local governments took in $32 billion in property tax revenue for the whole state. All local governments, $32 billion, every function. Today, that number is $60 billion. That's 7 years later. It's gone from $32 billion to $60 billion. Why? Well, they're assessing values, property higher. You've had people move in and purchase. New homes have been built. There's a lot of factors in that. But the reality is even if you acknowledge there's been inflation, which there has been, and that's been happening all over the country since 2021, if you acknowledge that Florida's had a lot of population growth, which is true, if you control for that, then yeah, it would go up more from $32 billion for sure, but it wouldn't be even close to $60 billion. So you could basically do the same things you were doing back in 2019, and instead of $32 billion, inflation, population, fine, you're talking about $43, $44 billion. Well, where's the rest of that money? Where is that gone? And then the question is, do you want that as relief? And I think that the property tax is the best thing you can do to give relief for individual Floridians and Florida families. Now, we're talking about college affordability. We do all this great stuff, and I'm happy with that. But in terms of the stuff that people are getting pinched by, I saw gas was $4 there. I've seen the groceries. I take my kids, they go to they want to go to a McDonald's drive-thru, and I do 3 Happy Meals, and it's $40 because they want the Huntrix meal, which they don't eat all the chicken nuggets, and I'm just like, do you really need it? You're not going to eat? Oh no, I want it, Dad. Okay, so you do that. But you got a lot of these issues that, it makes it tough. So what do we control? If I could, put those menu prices back to 2019, if I had the ability to do it, I would do it. If the legislature could pass the law, we'd do it. It's just not. But what we can do, what you control as Floridians under your Constitution and in conjunction with this process, is you do control the tax, the property tax. And so if you want relief, you're going to have an ability to do relief. Now, I've also said, and I put in my budget, creating a fund to be able to give grants to the locals because what will happen is you do it, that the homestead revenue will obviously go down, so you can do grants to help with that. But what will happen too is the non-homestead revenue will continue to go up because you're going to have Canadians still buying homes. You're going to have, you've got some very wealthy people from South America. They'll buy these massive homes in Coconut Grove down south. Well, okay, they can tax them, fine. You have people that want all these Airbnbs. Central Florida has so many of these Airbnbs. I think some of the whole neighborhoods are like Airbnbs. It's honestly, it's ridiculous. But tax that. That's totally fine. So you'll be able to do it. And so this stuff goes. So people will see that as we do, but we got to work, with the legislature to get the language approved for the ballot. And what I've told people before is this is not something we wanted to do in the regular session in February, March, because we just knew that wasn't the most advantageous time. And we know that we have until August. So there will be a special session to do the property tax. And my sense would be we'll get there probably on the first try. But if not, there will be more of those sessions until they put something on the ballot. I don't think that they can go back to the voters without having put something, on the ballot. Now, there's different ways. How do you structure this, that? Fine. You can have those debates. But the reality is, I want to see something historic. Also, people are talking about someone then's going to come move and come to Florida and not pay tax. There's ways you can phase in the people because I don't want to incent people to come. I kind of think we've had a lot of people come, and I think having some moderation in that is a good thing. So there's ways you can say if you're not a Floridian, this is what you need to do to qualify. That's fine. There's a whole host of things you can do, but if you don't do anything on property tax on current trajectory, we were at $32 billion that local governments took from Florida, Floridians and other people that own property in 2019. By 2031, it'll be about $83 billion. So that's almost tripling the revenue. And have we tripled the services of course not. What happened, and this is human nature, the bureaucracies tend to grow, right? And but I think we, as the state and the legislature too, because they've been a part of this, we do have credibility in this. Because if you look at our budgets that we've done, when COVID happened and the inflation, I had to put more money in. You saw that. But if you look in the last 3 or 4 years, we've basically had a stable budget. It's not really gone up. In fact, it's probably gone down when adjusted for inflation and population growth. But we're in a period where we have millions of more people than New York State does, and New York's budget is twice the size of Florida's budget at the state level. New York City's budget, 8 million people, we're 23.5. Their budget, the city budget, is more than the entire state of Florida. And that's before the mayor starts taking over the grocery stores. Who knows how much that's going to cost when he starts doing all that? So we've walked the walk on this. If you look, when I became governor, our rainy day fund, we've more than quadrupled the state's rainy day fund. We've actually maxed it out. We're not allowed to put more money into it in current year. I think they may be able to top it off a little in the next fiscal year. If you look at the state's debt, go back to the 1840s till the present, all the debt Florida's accumulated, added up, just since I've been governor, we've paid off more than 50% of it. You know how they have... You know how they have in New York City? I don't even know if they do it anymore because it's gotten so big. But they used to have the national debt clock in Times Square. And it would count, obviously counting up, right? Doing that. And we used to make a big deal about that when our debt was $5 trillion. When I was in high school, the debt of the United States was $4.5 to $5 trillion. Now it's almost $39 trillion. And I ain't that old. So that's not a good trend line, right? So I remember that. What I want to do, and I think we will do, I want a Florida debt clock that we can display. The only difference is ours won't be counting up, it will be counting down, and that's a good thing. So thanks, everybody. God bless.
Governor DeSantis earlier today in Kissimmee. Give you a live look at the White House right now. President Trump expected to speak from the Oval Office around 3 o'clock, holding an event on health care affordability. We'll be live streaming that for you. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Some Rays Stadium news. This just in from the Tampa Bay Times. They're reporting that Hillsborough County officials have told Tampa Bay Rays ownership in a memorandum that it is unlikely that they will be able to meet the team's June 1st deadline for that stadium deal. The team had wanted everything approved by June 1st, that deal in place to get the ball rolling on this, because their hope is to have that new Rays Stadium open in time for 2029 opening day. So what this means for the process, what this means for other things with this deal, we don't know yet, but that reporting just in from the Tampa Bay Times, and certainly something to watch moving forward. Meanwhile, we are continuing to get you ready for the NFL Draft. First round kicks off tonight, rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then 4 through 7 on Saturday. It's a big weekend for football fans. And all week long, we've been getting you ready, taking you through the Florida player names. Players with Florida ties whose names are going to be called off that draft board. And we've also been giving you team-by-team breakdowns. Today, we're talking Jacksonville Jaguars, and had the chance to catch up with Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Jacksonville, who joined us to break down what the Jags are looking for and what their draft might look like.
Be the Jaguars' 32nd NFL draft and the first where they haven't had a first-round pick.
That's interesting. Now set this up for us, because was that first-round pick? Was that part of the Travis Hunter deal last year? How did they lose this first-round pick from this year?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Last year, the Jaguars had the number 5 draft pick going into the draft. They traded with the Cleveland Browns to go up to the number 2 pick, where they grabbed Travis Hunter. So because of that, the Jaguars will not have a first-round pick this year. In fact, they'll be picking, their first selection will be number 56 in the second round, as you can see there on the screen. So a little bit different. Now, our guys at the Florida Times-Union at Jacksonville.com did some research, and, there's not a lot of precedent for a team with a mid-50s pick moving into the first round. We did find some instances where some packages were put together where a mid-50s pick and some other picks were traded to get for like the 30, 31, 32, so the very end of a first-round pick. But it's most likely not going to happen here with the Jaguars, just based on their needs, which we can talk about in a second. But I don't anticipate anything happening tonight where you will see the Jags taking someone in the first round.
Yeah, how does that change things for this Jags team? Obviously, last year made a huge splash in the draft, trading up and drafting Travis Hunter, who's been, obviously a big part of this Jags team. So how does that kind of change things now heading into to the draft that starts tonight?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why the Jaguars probably won't be trading up is because they're actually in about as good a position as they've been in a long time. Look, you're set at wide receiver, essentially, where you have 3, and if you count Travis Hunter, 4 good wide receivers. You're good at quarterback. You have Trevor Lawrence. You're good with 2 really good defensive ends. So you're going into this thing, you're trying to fill some holes here. So what I expect early in that second round, they did lose Devin Lloyd to the Carolina Panthers. They're a little thin in their secondary. So I'm guessing they're probably either going to go with a secondary player, the best available corner or safety, or there are a couple of guys they're looking at defensive end, because it's always nice to have defensive ends, edge rushers, guys like that. That's where they could go with that early pick. But the good news for the Jaguars is that they are in a really good position. So it's kind of the best available down there in the mid-50s. There's really only a couple of needs you see there. Running back, they obviously lost Travis Etienne to the New Orleans Saints in free agency, but they signed Chris Rodriguez from Washington. He could be their number 1 guy. Bashal Tutin, who they drafted last year, he could be their number 1 guy. You have LaQuint Allen. So it's a really good running back room as far as you've got a lot of depth, but you don't have that one like impact player. So maybe if there's a running back available, I wouldn't expect them to take that in the second round. They have 3 third-round picks, so maybe 81, 88, 100, maybe they're going to take a running back. But I ultimately think that they're going to be looking for someone in the secondary or, like you see, linebacker, safety, or a defensive tackle if a really good player is available.
I know your experts at the Florida Times Union have been making some projections, going through those mock drafts. So kind of take us through these kind of early picks for the Jags that y'all are projecting, and kind of what they add, what they would bring to the Jags if this is how this ends up shaking out.
Yeah, so Gabe Jacas from Illinois, I mean, he's a real menace. If he's still around there, I don't care what secondary players available, I think they're going to take Gabe. That guy is he is a special player. You hope he's around 56 players into the draft, but I'm not sure if that'll be there. But we're projecting that that's a possibility. Again, another Illinois player. People don't realize that Illinois puts a lot of players in the NFL, and I talked about this with you on Monday. They're one of the top 7 programs in the country that get players from the state of Florida into the NFL. And Genesis Smith, he's a really nice safety. He had a great year. And then you're looking at maybe Chris McClellan, a defensive tackle from Missouri. Missouri's another program that's really stepped up its game over the last few years. And then, Caleb Elarms-Orr from TCU, a linebacker. It's so hard to look at those guys down there, around 100 in the 80s. So, we're just kind of doing a draft board, going with some of the best players available. So, hey, if we hit one of those 4 names, I'd be really happy. But, it's just so hard after, especially the first half of the first round. Who knows who's going where? But that's what we'll go with for those players.
Right. Now, talk to us about this draft and the role that it plays for this team. I mean, this is a team that's coming off a successful year. A great regular season by all accounts. I mean, the left definitely were eliminated from the playoffs a little earlier than they would have liked. But just how does this draft kind of fit into the roster creation for this team at this point as they're kind of looking to take that next step?
Yeah, well, I mean, both head coach Liam Cohen and the general manager, James Gladstone, they've kind of talked about, look, we probably have 19 or 20 of our 22 starters already slotted in. So as I said, you're just looking to fill a couple of minor leaks. That 13-4 record, that's turned around from 4-13 the year before. It was tied for the 3rd largest turnaround in NFL history, which is really an amazing thing. You lose Devin Lloyd, you lose Greg Newsome. So your secondary, like I said, that's going to be really the thing that they're building. But this is a team that fully expects to be there in the AFC South again. They don't expect to have a drop off where you're going to see them win only 5, 6, 7 games. Obviously, the health of quarterback Trevor Lawrence is going to be a big part of that. You got to keep him upright and healthy. But this is a team positioned really well, and I think that's why they're not going to do too many crazy things. Now, James Gladstone, that being said, he's a wheeler and dealer, but he's from the Los Angeles Rams school where a couple of years ago the Rams, their first pick was I think somewhere in the 80s. So he was kind of learning from a team that said, hey, look, we're going to go with our stars, veterans, free agency, and then the draft we're going to use to plug holes. So he's actually kind of following the Sean McVay model that they do there. And then they'll look for a couple of other things, like tight end, I think is a position where Brenton Strange is a really good tight end. But if you look at some of the teams like the Rams, they were using 3 tight ends last year to some really, really good success in Los Angeles. So they might want to get another, a high-level tight end in there. So don't be surprised if you see another one drafted there in the draft. Our columnist Ryan O'Halloran at the Times-Union wrote a really nice column this week explaining the 2 types of tight ends. You've got your pass catcher and you've got your down-the-line blocker. And Brenton Strange, he kind of fits into both categories. And you're starting to see that more and more with NFL teams where they'll use a 2 tight end set. Yeah, and you're looking at some different things. So, I think between Liam Cohen and James Gladstone, they've learned from the success of the Rams, which is a great franchise over decades now. And, I think that's the type of success they're hoping to sustain here in Jacksonville.
A little less. So we will see what comes from that draft starting tonight. Give you a live look right now in Jacksonville and the St. John's River, the Alsop Bridge there. Beautiful skyline sight on this Thursday afternoon. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. We're just about out of time this hour here on Fox 35, but want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage will continue at the top of the hour over on our digital platforms. So if you're watching us on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook right now, you don't need to do anything. We will be right back with more. What we are standing by for, let me give you a live look at the White House right now. The president's supposed to be holding a healthcare affordability event inside the Oval Office. So that is supposed to begin at 3 o'clock. As you know, those things often run a little bit behind schedule, but we will bring that to you live when that does begin. Remarks from the president. And, I'm going to be honest, I don't know who else he's going to be joined by at this event. So we will find out together, but we'll be live streaming that for you on the other side of this break. Again, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. I'm Garrett Weimer. We do this hour on TV, but we live stream from 11 o'clock to 3:30. Basically, your news all throughout the day that you can find right here on Fox Local. So thanks for joining us as we continue and wrap up our hour here on TV. We'll be right back with more after this. And if you're watching us on Fox 35, I'll be back right here tomorrow at 2 o'clock with more Florida Live. Have a good afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It is 3 o'clock now. We're still waiting for the start of this White House healthcare affordability event. Easy for me to say. That's a tongue twister. I can't even say that. Maybe I should just go home at this point. White House healthcare affordability event that's getting ready to start any minute now at the White House. We will get you to that as soon as it does begin. But I want to play for you right now. We did hear from the chair of the Florida Democratic Party, some other officials as well, speaking in a virtual news conference earlier today, where they talked about a new report from this group called Unlocking America's Future that looks at the state's home insurance crisis here in Florida. And they say that Republicans have made that worse by voting against some things at the federal level. And so they called out the members of Congress in this news conference earlier today. Here is some of what they said about the issue and what they think would fix it here in Florida.
But individual members of the Florida delegation bear particular responsibility for this. Representative Salazar is the only Florida member on the House Financial Services Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance. Yet that subcommittee that she sits on has only held one hearing during her tenure, which was yesterday. But unfortunately, she even failed to show up. And at the same time, she's voting to cut FEMA and reverse climate protections. Representative Lee has been a major opponent to federal climate regulations despite representing a flood-prone district, and has not sponsored a single piece of legislation to reform and help fix the National Flood Insurance Program, despite advocates warning for over a decade that reform is needed. Representative Luna has a personal financial stake in this problem, and she holds up to $450,000 in investments in a fossil fuel production company while leading efforts to block offshore wind development. And Representative Mills has a 0% lifetime score with the League of Conservation Voters and has voted against natural disaster mitigation and climate action. Florida families are paying the price while Republican representatives protect fossil fuel interests, accept industry and lobby association donations, and sit idly by as as homeowners struggle while insurers profit. Congress can and should be doing more to address one of the top affordability issues of facing American families and Floridians. Again, thank you for being here today. You can access the report after this call at unlockingamericasfuture.org. We'll send the report around to those in attendance today, and we'll take questions after all the panelists speak. You can simply ask your questions in the chat box, and we'll address those afterwards. So now we'll start with our panelists, and I'm happy to pass it along to Michael DeLong from the Consumer Federation of America to begin.
Thanks, Jason. I'm Michael DeLong, and the Consumer Federation of America, we are a nonpartisan association of over 200 state and local groups, and we work on a lot of different consumer protection issues. And we've worked for over 30 years to make insurance more affordable and accessible. The Florida homeowners insurance market is one of the most expensive in the nation, and the auto insurance market is also very expensive as well. And in the homeowners insurance market, the crisis isn't just in the incredibly high prices that people are paying, it's also in the non-renewals that people are facing, the cutbacks in coverage provided, diminished accountability for insurance companies, and a heavy reliance on small and less secure insurance companies. Floridians also often face unfairly delayed or denied claims and lowball offers after natural disasters, and that leaves consumers devastated and without the ability to rebuild. And while regulating insurance is mostly a state responsibility, the federal government and members of Congress can be both helpful or unhelpful in addressing the crisis. And from our vantage point in DC, way too many policyholders in the federal government are both failing to help homeowners and in some instances inflaming the crisis. To give one recent example, last month, the Federal Housing Finance Authority, which oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the federal home loan banks that support the US housing market by purchasing mortgages from lenders, they changed requirements to allow insurance companies to sell and lenders to accept much lower quality insurance products. Under these new rules, the insurance companies can sell actual cash value coverage on roofs for single family homes and condos, instead of the previous replacement cost value coverage that was required. So what does that actually mean? Well, actual cash value pays for the roof's depreciated value, accounting for wear and tear and the passage of time. So consumers get significantly smaller payouts. The insurance companies say that these lower quality offerings are going to help reduce premium costs and stop premium increases. But what it actually means is that consumers are getting much smaller payouts from insurance companies. They're often going to be unable to replace their roofs if there's a natural disaster. So instead of making sure that insurance companies aren't overcharging consumers in the first place or building more resilient housing, this plan is a very bad one. It's going to leave consumers with unsafe homes and in dire financial trouble when disaster strikes. So it's not providing useful protection, and it's just a bad decision overall. Second, the federal government has failed to collect and monitor information about rising insurance costs. The Federal Insurance Office is a small department in the Treasury that has the power to do this. And during the previous administration, it collected and published important information about homeowners insurance markets around the country. It looked at homeowners insurance markets from 2018 to 2022, and it found that average homeowners insurance premiums went up 8.7% faster than the rate of inflation, that homeowners in communities affected by natural disasters were paying a lot more than homeowners in other places. And they also found that policy renewal rates were going up and that climate change was making it a lot harder for insurance companies to operate. But the Trump administration has largely silenced this work, and lawmakers in the majority have done nothing to demand that the Treasury meet its responsibilities, that it collect useful information about insurance costs, that it make recommendations. It's just gone all silent. Third, a solution is that lawmakers should be working to establish a federal reinsurance program to help stabilize the market. Reinsurance is basically insurance for insurance companies to spread the risk around, and it plays a really important role in homeowners insurance markets, especially in places like Florida with high disaster risk. While some bills have been introduced and there's been a bunch of academic research, again, the majority of legislators haven't really considered this. They haven't held hearings on a federal reinsurance bill. They haven't endorsed it. They've done nothing. Finally, policymakers should be supporting increased funding for grant mitigation programs to help homeowners reduce the risk. While some legislators are supporting this, and Florida does have a My Safe Florida Homes program that provides grants to help consumers strengthen their homes, it's nowhere near enough. And there's a federal bill, the Disaster Resiliency and Coverage Act, HR 1105, And this would create a federal grant mitigation program that would give grants of up to $10,000 to homeowners to strengthen their homes and lower their risk. And it would also provide a 30% tax credit for mitigation efforts to further boost these activities. Unfortunately, this bill also hasn't gotten a hearing. And while it does have a bunch of bipartisan support, the Democratic Florida co-sponsors haven't been joined by any Republican representatives from Florida. None of them have supported this bill. And at a time of rising insurance costs and insurance companies cutting back drastically on coverage, Florida homeowners deserve a lot better. They need concrete, real actions to bring down insurance costs and make sure they're getting the help they need. It's long overdue for policymakers to take action. Thank you, and passing it back to you, Jason.
Thanks, Michael. That's great stuff and important recommendations about what actually could be being done in Congress to be helping Floridians and Americans across the country. Let's now hear from Doug Quinn from the American Policyholders Association. Take it away, Doug.
Good morning. I'm Doug Quinn, the Executive Director of the APA. A little bit about our organization, then we kind of want to talk about the impact on the Florida markets of what Michael just addressed and the basic color for the Florida markets. American Policyholder Association is an insurance consumer watchdog organization. We advocate for equity and social justice in insurance claims. We're also the only organization in the country that pushes for criminal prosecution of those on the insurance side who commit fraud to cheat consumers on claims. We're a nonpartisan organization. I know it's going to seem like we're kind of beating up on Republicans today, but we call it as we see it. You may have seen us. We just participated in hearings last May with Senator Hawley on Homeland Security, along with Senator Kim, who's also a Democrat. Senator Hawley is a Republican. We've got a good relationship on the Senate side of the House in Florida with Senator Ashley Moody. So we work both sides. We believe that it needs to be a bipartisan solution to the insurance crisis. But we are a little concerned about Republicans in Florida in the House particularly. There was an article in the Tampa Bay Times in 2023 reporting how the insurance interests had spread about $74 million to Florida Republicans between the years 2016 and 2022. And that includes the governor, the CFO at the time, the Florida Republican Party having received close to $19 million. And we are a little concerned that that could be contributing to some regulatory capture. When we talk about the Florida insurance market, everything goes back to a study of a reporter who won the Pulitzer Prize in 2011, writing about the Florida insurance market. That's Paige St. John. She exposed what's happening with Florida with three particular articles. One is weak insurers put millions of Floridians at risk. The other is how insurers make millions on the side, and how regulators put Florida homeowners at risk is the third article. She wrote a series of 5, but those are 3 that many people believe could be written today. Maybe we update from how insurers make millions on the side to how they make billions on the side. What's happening with Florida consumers they are paying more and getting less, as Michael addressed. There's an affordability crisis, and insurance appears to lead the way. We are watching coverage get degraded with higher deductibles, more exclusions from coverage, more limitations on how much will be paid for specific issues. We're also watching a huge amount of people. One of the reasons why we had the hearings with Senator Hawley in the Senate last year was because after Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene, rates of closure of claims with no payment were close to 50%, in some cases exceeding 50%. Senator Hawley called that morally obscene. So we are concerned that people are paying a lot and getting less. We would like to see that addressed. Florida last year had a pretty significant affiliate scandal where
Want to get you live right now inside the Oval Office where President Trump getting ready for this healthcare affordability event. Expected to make some remarks. It is just getting underway. The photographers and other media still coming into the room right now. I see President Trump, Secretary Howard Lutnick, Dr. Oz, who is the CMS administrator, some other officials as well. RFK Jr. In the background. And then my big monitor went out, so I can't tell who else is there. But let's go ahead and listen in as this event gets underway.
Imagine if Travis grows up to be president of the United States of America, and you have a picture of him with President Trump when he was 2 years old. That would be historic.
I got faith in him.
Could have a picture of
By the way,
President holding Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you all set?
All set, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And today I'm thrilled to announce that one of the most respected pharmaceutical companies anywhere in the world, frankly, I know it very well, is Regeneron. And it's agreed to offer their prescription medications at heavily discounted, most favored nation prices. In other words, their numbers will come down at levels that nobody's ever seen before. The whole most favored nation thing that we've been able to do with Bobby and Maz and everybody behind me, Marty, has been incredible. It's the biggest price reduction in drugs in history. By itself, we should win the midterms, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. It doesn't work that way. People forget too quickly, but we'll have it's the biggest cut in drug prices in the history of our country by many percentage points. With this announcement, 17 of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies, representing 80% of the branded drug market, have now agreed to sell their drugs to American patients at the lowest prices anywhere in the world. We're going to have the lowest prices in the world. This will result in the largest drop in prescription drug prices in the history of the United States of America. I mean, it should be front page news, but it won't be. It'll be back on page 19, but the people get it. That's why we're in the Oval Office, I guess. I want to thank Regeneron CEO, a friend of mine for a long time, good guy, great guy, CEO Len Schleifer, and Chief Scientific Officer George Yankopoulos, who are two fantastic people in the medical world, very respected. We're also joined by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Bobby, thank you. Secretary Howard Lutnick, Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job. They all are. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary and Chief Counselor of Health and Human Services, Chris Klump. Thanks, Chris. Great job you're doing, Chris, wherever you may be.
Thank you, sir.
No, he's there. For decades, Americans have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, by far. Prices that were many, many times what the rest of the world was paying, because we had a president that didn't know what they were doing, or they weren't able to get other countries to agree to it. I was able to do that because I used tariffs. I said, if you don't agree to it, we're going to put tariffs on your country. And they said, we would be honored to do it, sir, after telling everybody no, including me. But they agreed to do it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population, and consumers only 13% of all prescription drugs. Yet pharmaceutical companies have been making 75% of their profits from American customers. So think of that. With 4% of the population and doing only 13% of all prescription drugs, the companies make 75% made, I don't know, maybe, hopefully they continue, because actually it's not as bad for them as it sounds. In fact, many of their stocks are up, because actually when the price goes up on the one end, they make up for the price coming down in the United States. So it really worked out pretty good. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order instructing my administration to do everything in our power to slash prescription drug prices for Americans while getting other countries to pay more, in many cases much more. But their other prices doubled, and sometimes they tripled, and ours would go down by 60, 70, 80%, even more. Today, we're building on our unprecedented success with Regeneron, committing to offer all new drugs moving forward at most favored nations prices. They'll make their current drugs available to Medicaid and MFN. It's most favored nation. Additionally, they'll also offer their current drug, Praluent, which is the lower cholesterol and fight heart disease, to all consumers at dramatically lower cost. It'll come down from $537 to $225 and be available at TrumpRx.gov. I didn't put the name. Bobby did and Oz did. It's true, actually. Remember I came in, I said, what's this
You
But
like
they
the day
said
this last
it'll be better, it'll sell better, would you help us? So I now have my name on medication, but it's doing great. I hear it's setting records, actually. I was watching the other day, and Mark Cuban, of all people, said it's amazing what Trump has done with this. I can't believe when I heard him say that, I was sort of in a state of shock. But others have said it too. This whole thing it's turned out to be hot. So that's TrumpRx.gov. The company will also invest $27 billion to build up research and development and pharmaceutical manufacturing here in America, which is a big thank you very much. Today, I'm also announcing that the FDA has just approved a new drug from Regeneron called Otarmany, a gene therapy curing a rare disease that causes deafness. You know, people are totally deaf, and it's amazing. I've seen some work on it. It's actually hard to believe. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Normally, cures for rare diseases can cost millions of dollars, and really the results aren't that good. But in this case, I'm pleased to say that Regeneron will be giving this away for free for a period of time, for free. And here with us is 2-year-old Travis Smith. He was born deaf. Was he totally deaf? Pretty much, right?
100%.
Wow. This is 100%. He was 100% deaf, but he took this miracle cure, and now he can hear his mom, Sierra, say, "I love you." And Sierra, could you maybe say a few words? That's really incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. Regeneron works miracles. Yeah, he didn't know his name. He couldn't hear me tell him how much I love him. And now with Regeneron and this amazing surgery, he can listen to music, and he loves it, and he loves to dance, and he loves instruments, and I'm so proud of him. He's been so brave through all of this. And yeah, now he can hear, and he has a bright future ahead of him, and I'm so thankful to everybody on the Regeneron team.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, even the fake news has to be impressed with this. They'll find a way to make it a bad story. He doesn't hear perfectly, but he actually does. It's about 1% off. They'll figure a way. How are you going to do it? You got to explain. No, they're genius. They are genius. I respect them a lot. But I just want to thank you, Sierra. That's incredible. Your family.
Thank you for having us.
He's a beautiful person, too. That's a beautiful boy.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
His life is a happier life?
Oh, yeah, he is so full of energy and love now, and he was such a
So
serious
you see
baby.
such a difference.
Yeah, he was such a serious baby.
And
he was
before
full
that,
of fun.
it's very tough for.
Oh, for sure. He can't tell me what he wants or what he wants to eat or what he needs, and now he'll be able to do that. And
Wow.
It's life-changing.
That's a great job they've done. I want to thank Regeneron and other companies for doing their part to bring down the cost of health care for all Americans under our Most Favored Nations agreement. We've secured gigantic discounts with price differences from 4 to 5 and even 600%. 600%. One of the most popular weight loss drugs has gone from $1,350 a month to as low as $199 a month. So that's a price that's incredible. So it used to sell in London for $87. And they raised it to $199, which is a big raise if you know, from 87 to 199. But that's been going on. Our country has been being ripped off for 30 years. How long would you say, Doug? Like 30, 40 years? Yep. For years with drugs and drug prices. So they're going up. We're going way down. And because the world is a bigger place than we are, believe it or not, it's hard to believe that, but they are. That we go down much more than they go up. So they don't go up as much as people would have thought. So they're going from, they're going to 199, and we're going down all the way down. Think of that. We're going down from $1,350 a month to $199. That's, nobody would believe it. And this is true with all. I mean, this is the weight loss drug. But this is true with all drugs. Sometimes even more of a difference than that, sometimes a little bit less, but sometimes substantially more than even that difference, and you see what that is. So we cut the per cycle cost of IVF drugs by thousands of dollars, and we reduced the price of the major COPD medication from $458 to $50. What? That must be a typo. Is that a typo? From $458 to $50. If your boy was here, he'd go, wow. He laughs. He got bored. I think he got a little bored. He wants to go into bigger and better things, but there's nothing bigger or better than this. They'll all be available right now at trumprx.gov. So it's, that's why it's doing well. It's not doing well for other reasons. It's doing well. Think of that. That's some discount. But we have others. And these are all top companies and top medications. And I think in the end, we're going to have every company involved. We're almost there right now, but we're going to have every company involved. So Trump RX has already received more than 15 million visitors, and every American should log on to check for massive discounts before they go to the pharmacy. It's setting a record. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. I've actually had many companies, I shouldn't tell you this, Bobby, but there have been many companies say, sir, we'd like to buy from you if you could. What? TrumpRx.com. I said, it's not for sale. It's not me. It's the government. The government owns it. I don't own it. But they're all impressed. These pharmaceutical companies, they said they've never seen anything like this. So it's fantastic. Now, I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, and then we'll have Dr. Oz, the team at Regeneron, and Sierra. And Sierra, I'm so happy for you. And Chris Klump has been unbelievable, a real star. You don't know his name as much as some of the others, but he's a real star of the group. So, Bobby, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was reminded when the President was speaking of a conversation that I had yesterday with one of the Democratic senators who was questioning me during a hearing, and she was ridiculing President Trump for his math, and she was saying, it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop by 600% cost, which he had claimed. And I said, well, if the drug was $100 and it raised the price to $600, that would be a 600% rise. Well, if it drops from 600 to 100, that's a 600% savings. And the president used that mathematical device to illustrate the magnitude of the theft that has been happening against our country and our people. As he said, we have 4.2% of the world's population. We take 13% of the pharmaceutical drug. We spend 80% of the biotechnology research in our country, and we provide 75% of the profits to the pharmaceutical industry. This is a ripoff that has irked him for 20 years. During his first term, he held the line on drug prices for the first time in history. He came back on this term and he said, we're going to lower them this time, no matter what. There's people in this room or a part of the White House staff who said, we can't do that. Oz and I said, we probably can't do that, but he harassed us. We were beleaguered. It was like Fort Apache. Dr. Oz would not answer his phone because he was calling all night long with the president on the line saying, get this done. And we brought in this amazing superstar, Chris Klump, and he negotiated these agreements that people said were impossible. I want to thank him for his leadership, Chris, and I want to thank George and Lynn, who are the co-founders of this this company of Regeneron. Their generosity, their idealism, their love of this country, and their compassion for these children who are injured. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Amazing. It is amazing. And you're right, I took a lot of heat. I'd say 500, 600, 700. But we also say sometimes 50%, 60%, different kind of calculation. 70, 80, and 90%. And people understand that better. But there are two ways of calculating it. But either way, it doesn't make any difference. Whether it's 60, 70, or 80%, nobody's ever heard of it. But it's also 500, 600, 700, depending on the way you want to look at it. So the way you word the calculation. It's either way. But Bobby, you're doing a fantastic job. We wanted somebody out of the box, and we got him, right? I would say we got him. And Bobby, he's a great guy, actually. So, Oz, how about saying a few words, please?
So this has been an unprecedented process. The president insisted we deal with one critical number you should all remember, which is that 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to the drugstore, after they've seen a doctor, will often leave empty-handed.
Dr. Oz speaking at this event inside the Oval Office where President Trump was talking about healthcare affordability and the prices of some other drugs that are dropping. Meanwhile, we are also monitoring this developing story. This is a look at the Mall of Louisiana in Baton Rouge, where there were reports of a shooting and a number of people hurt. We're continuing to monitor this as well. Right now, we're out of time, though, here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are going to take a quick break, and then you'll have Fox 35 Weather Plus on the other side of the stream. You can